Good morning. We are going to call the organizational meeting of the St. Croix County Board of Supervisors. It is 10 a.m. on Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. First item, we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now take roll call. All supervisors are present. Next, we will have the swearing-in ceremony by Presiding Judge Scott Needham.
So on behalf of my colleagues, Judges Waterman, Nordstrand, and Smithstead, congratulations on your election. For those of you who are returning to County Board service, thank you for your continued public service. For the new members of the board, as I've said countless times, serving in elected office is one of the most important responsibilities of public service I can think of. You not only serve your constituents, but you serve the county, and by extension, the state. Supervisor Witt and I have a long and tenured history. My tenure is 32 years plus, and Mr. Witt is 10 years. And what I always share at these organizational meetings is the positive relationship that the courts have with the legislative and executive branches of the government. And that's based on our mutual respect, as well as our appreciation for the roles we serve, constitutionally as well as statutorily. Also, as presiding judge, I look forward to working with you individually and collectively. We have a ride-along program where we invite county board supervisors to come and visit with us and physically sit on the bench if you'd like to do that. Child support is always a big day to come in and maybe experience court in action. So if you have any interest in doing that, please let me know. So at this time, I'm honored to provide the oath of office to you. So I'm going to ask that you all stand, raise your right hands, and you'll note in the oath that I start out by saying, I state your name. You will say I and actually state your name. So with that said, I state your name. Having been elected to the office of County Board Supervisor, swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin, and will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations. I wish I could stay, but I've got a jury that I'm impaneling, so thank you, and thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, Judge Needham. We'll move on to the county administrator, an introduction of supervisors. I'm not introducing you, you're going to introduce yourselves. But I know a lot of you were able to talk and meet each other beforehand, but a lot of you are new, so this is an opportunity just for you to give a little bit of information about yourselves. I'll start off. I'm Ken Witt. I'm the county administrator, in case anyone didn't know that yet. I've been here for 10 years. Next month, actually, it'll be my 10-year anniversary with St. Croix County, and loving every minute of it. So why don't we start off with District 1. We're going to put you on the spot, Supervisor Bell. And you can introduce who you are and kind of the area that you represent and anything else that you want to share about yourself.
Jared Bell,
Go ahead and use the mic. This is our first test day. We'll turn the mic on. One button turns it on. It's red. It's on, hot.
All right, Jared Bell, District 1, Somerset Village, and then some of the township. But I've lived in Somerset for almost 15 years now.
Okay, very good. Welcome aboard. Supervisor Erickson.
Danny Erickson, District 2, Somerset Township and St. Joe Township. I live just north of Somerset, and I'm married, have 4 kids, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Very good. Supervisor Rudebush.
Mitch Rudebush, District 3, so St. Joseph Township and Hudson Township. Lived here for 15 years, have a wife and 2 kids.
All right, very good. Supervisor Leaf.
I'm Kathy Leaf. I represent the Village of North Hudson and a sliver of the town of Hudson. This is start of term number 4. I have lived in the village since 2005. Anyway, long time. I don't even remember anymore. 21 years, so a long time.
Great. Supervisor Rice.
Carrie Rice. I represent in the city of Hudson, the Historic District, and then south of I-94 up to Camp St. Croix. I've lived in the city of Hudson for 18 years, and this is my second term as supervisor.
Supervisor Delaney.
Yes, I'm Diana Delaney. I represent District 6, which is next to Gary's district, and I have lived in Hudson for 30 years. My family has been in St. Croix County for over 100 years, and they are in the audience here today, so representing the history of St. Croix County, Mother. So, thank you.
Very good. Welcome. Supervisor Shirley Carter.
Good morning. I'm Denise Shirley Carter, and I'm representing District 7, which is Red Cedar Canyon, Heritage Greens, and then north of Stage Line to 94. I've been living in Hudson for, it'll be almost 30 years now. Married, and instead of 4 kids, I have 4 cats. So.
Very good. Supervisor Fosterling.
Yes, I'm Dan Fosterling. I represent District 8. I've lived in the community for 38 years, and this is my second time around after a hiatus of about 8 years, so 6 years. So thank you.
Welcome back. Supervisor Fiedler.
Well, good morning to all my old colleagues and welcome to my new colleagues. I'm Bob Fiedler. I'm with District 9, just south of Hudson. Basically, it's the town of Troy with the exception of just a corner in the southeast corner. Look forward to a wonderful next couple of years with everybody.
Supervisor Rowan.
Morning, my name is Wayne Rowan. I represent District 10, which is the northern third or so of City of River Falls and parts of the towns of Kinnickinnick and Troy. 19-year resident of River Falls, married, 4 kids, and very much looking forward to the coming 2 years.
Very good. Supervisor Counter.
Morning. Scott Counter, represent District 11, which is the village of Star Prairie, the majority of the town of Star Prairie, a little bit of New Richmond, north end of New Richmond. I am married, and have 2 wonderful daughters. So, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Counter. Supervisor Hanson.
Good morning. My name is Dan Hanson. I represent District 12, which is most of the north side of New Richmond. I spend most of my time with a poodle named Odin, who works at our health center in New Richmond. He couldn't come today. I have 2 children. The one who decided to have a family lives just in Scott's district. And I have 3 grandchildren and a lovely wife. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor McIntosh.
Hi, I'm Danielle McIntosh. I'm from District 13, the south side of City of New Richmond. My husband and I have been in District 13 for the last 10 years. Yeah.
Very good. Welcome. Supervisor Telejohn.
Good morning, Greg Telejohn, representing District 14, which is Aaron Prairie, most of Richmond Township, excuse me, and the north side of Warren Township. This will be my 4th term. Prior to that, I did serve a short stint back when we had 31 supervisors. And so this is a nice wieldy group here. So, and I have 2 grown children, and yeah, I enjoy the county board service. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Carlson.
I'm Mark Carlson. I'm District 15. My wife and I live in Pleasant Valley for about the last 25 years. And then also in the district is a little bit of Kinney, Warren, and Roberts.
Okay. Supervisor Barkalow.
I'm Mike Barkalow. I represent District 16, which is the Village of Hammond, the Township of Hammond, and the Township of Rush River. We lived in either the village or the township for the last 24 years. My wife and I have 3 kids, and 2 of them have left the nest and got married, so that's great. And we have a wonderful puppy named Gromit and a cat that loafs around all day, so we'll remain unnamed.
Unnamed cat, got it. Supervisor Swanepoel.
I'm Bob Swanepoel. I represent District 17. I have 4 children. I'm a lifelong resident of St. Croix County. I grew up in the township of Forest. I now live in the township of Glenwood. I'm right on the line going into Glenwood City, where we have the St. Croix County Fair, so don't forget that. And that's about it. I've got 6 grandchildren, so thank you.
Supervisor Van Summeren.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Van Zomeren. I'm District 18. District 18 is all of the village of Baldwin and a portion of the town of Baldwin, north of Woodville, or north of Hammond up to County Road Double D, and then over to 250th Avenue. I've lived in Baldwin all my life. I'm not going to tell you how long that was because you'll say, what's that old fool doing here? But I have lived there all my life. I have a wonderful wife, no kids, no dogs, a few antique cars, and a lot of fun. And I enjoy being here. It's interesting, and sometimes we even laugh. Treasure those times, okay?
All right, and last but not least, my supervisor, Supervisor Betchkal.
Good morning, everybody. I'm John F. Betchkal, brand new, and I've been here in Spring Valley for 6 years. And let's see here, I represent District 19. That'd be Katy, a little sliver of O'Galley, Springfield, and a little bit of Woodville. I got 2 kids, 13 and 14-year-old. My daughter is big into horses, as in 4-H. My son plays baseball, and I used to coach him for 2 years. It's been a great pleasure. He's a great pitcher, hitter. Let's see here. Like I said, I'm married, of course, for be 18 years this July, and I'm very much honored to be able to be a part of this. Look forward to working with everybody, and this is giving me an education for me. So, thank you.
Well, welcome everyone to the county board. I love the diversity that our board has, the mixture. You all bring different experiences and backgrounds, and it's that collective knowledge that really makes this process work. So I look forward to working with you. I'll now turn it back over to Heather Amos, and she will start our business items.
All right, our first item of business is election of county board chairperson. And so I'll just briefly describe how this will work. I will first take nominations. If anybody just wants to nominate another county board supervisor, just raise your hand. I will call on you. Once the nominations are completed, I'll ask if the nominations, anybody else would like to make a nomination. If not, I'll close the nominations and then we will vote. First, I would ask, would any supervisor request that the ballots for county board chair and vice chair be held in secret ballot format? Supervisor Leaf?
I request that there be secret ballot.
And the rules require that if someone requests a secret ballot, we will do it by secret ballot. So we will start business item 1 with first, would anybody like to nominate anybody for chair? Supervisor Rice.
I would like to nominate Supervisor Bob Fiedler. He was our last vice chair and did an excellent job in that role.
Would anybody else like to nominate anyone? Supervisor Barkalow. No second needed. Would anybody else like to nominate any other supervisor? Any other nominations? Supervisor Swanepoel?
Dan Hansen.
Okay. So we have a nomination for Supervisor Fiedler and a nomination for Supervisor Hansen. Anybody else would like to make a nomination? Okay, seeing no further nominations, I will then ask each of the supervisors if they would like to make a statement. So since Supervisor Fiedler was nominated first, would you like to make a statement to the county board?
I'll be very brief. I think we just swore an oath to be faithful in our duties and impartial in our duties. And I think we owe a high duty to our county to have the highest integrity, transparency, and to get the trust of the people of the county in our activities. And we've got a wonderful board here. I think everybody's worked very hard. I've had the privilege of meeting our new members and work closely with our old members, and it's just an honor to be nominated.
And Supervisor Hanson, would you like to make a statement?
I've learned a lot being here for 12 years. I've learned to desire to have germaneness in what we do here and not have feel-good type resolutions come before the county board, not have things that don't have their basis in the parameters of state law. And my desire, if I were to be the county board chair, would be to try to have an agenda that reflects those things that the county board really ought to be doing and not reflect a political ideology on either side of the spectrum. I tend to be neutral in terms of my ideologies, and I've spent a lot of time on the county board and prefer to keep to the business of the county. I tend to focus really hard on what my values are, and sometimes it's cost me in terms of political capital. I would hope that you would put some value on that and give some consideration to this candidacy. Thank you.
All right, now that the two supervisors have made their statements, we'll have Clerk Hines and Administrator Witt hand out the ballots. I'd ask that you vote for one person for County Board Chair and then fold your ballot in half, and Administrator Witt and Clerk Hines will pick them back up. In order to name a chair, we need a majority of the supervisors. So if we don't receive a majority the first round, we will then vote again until we receive a majority of supervisors, which would be 10 supervisors out of 19. And once the chair has been named, the chair will come and sit next to me, and then we'll do the election for vice chair.
Sorry.
And while they're counting the ballots, if you could sign your oath of office, and then Clerk Hines will have Judge Needham also sign those. So if you could do that while we're waiting for the ballots to be counted. Okay, so our new county board chair is Supervisor Bob Fiedler with a vote of 14-5. So Supervisor Fiedler, congratulations on being elected as chair. You may come and sit next to me. At this point, do you want to run the election for vice chair?
Oh, I'd be delighted if you would do it. Okay. However, I would like to make just one quick comment. One, thank you, and I really meant what I said earlier. This is a true honor, and I really hope to be very thoughtful, very fair, very impartial in how we conduct our business. And I also want to say about Supervisor Hanson, he's been a great member of this board for over a decade. He has just been tremendous, and he made a couple of points on germaneness, among other things, and that we should be non-political. I couldn't agree with him more. And Dan, I look forward to working with you over the next couple of years.
Okay, so now we will do the election of vice chair. First, do I have any nominations? Supervisor Leaf.
I nominate Carrie Rice.
Any other nominations for vice chair? Any other nominations for vice chair? Supervisor Swanepoel?
I like Dan Hansen.
Dan Hansen. Okay, Supervisor Hansen. Any other nominations? Supervisor Barklow?
I'd like to nominate Jerry Van Summeren.
Okay, any other nominations? Any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, the three people that have been nominated, Supervisor Rice, Supervisor Hansen, and Supervisor Van Summeren. And so we will have Administrator Witt and Clerk Hines hand out ballots after you get a chance to say something. Supervisor Rice, if you want to start off.
Well, it would be an honor to serve this committee, and that's the way that I view things, is that part of the role of the vice chair is to work in tandem with the chair and also to serve your needs. I've been on nonprofit boards since I was too young to even go back, and this has been a unique opportunity. My view of how this should run is very much in echoing what Supervisor Hansen said, and also our new chair, Fiedler, and that is that we need to focus on the considerable responsibilities in front of this group and for our staff, rather than bring in other extraneous things that are not under our purview. So I would continue to do that, whether you use the word germane or just focus. That would be my approach to things.
Thank you. And Supervisor Hansen, would you like to make another statement?
Well, you give a guy a microphone, it's hard to say no. I wasn't expecting this. I believe that the role of a vice chair is to support the chair in every way. And I've seen Bob Fiedler go to as many meetings as he possibly can, and I would go to every meeting that I have time to go to, and I have time, and I would support that. I would support that role as fully as possible, not just to be there to support making sure there's a quorum, but to make sure that I knew what was going on in the county and to communicate that with supervisors as thoroughly as possible. I think that's an important function of that role. I've witnessed some excellent vice chairs and think it's an important role to fill.
Last but not least, Supervisor Van Summeren.
Thank you. This comes as a total surprise to me also. But I agree with what has been said so far. I think transparency is very important in the county. I think honesty and honor is very important too. And I think we have to uphold those. But we cannot forget the people who we are put into office by and their needs and their expectations of us. And I think we have to continue looking for them. It's not about us, it's about them. We serve willingly, we serve honorably and honestly, and I just think that's the way it has to go. I think Bob has done a very good job, Supervisor Fiedler, in the 4 years that I've known him. I'm glad that he has taken on this position. He's very qualified. And I think supporting him would be an excellent thing, and that's what I would do. But I also would support the staff and the managers of the county also. So thank you.
Thank you, three supervisors. So now we are ready to vote. Again, Administrator Witt and Clerk Hines will hand out the ballots. If you can vote for one and then fold in half. And if we don't get a majority the first time around, we will continue voting until we have a majority.
a new phone? Or a new case? It's a new phone. Cool. Yeah. Cost too much. Is it Samsung or what is it? Okay.
Okay, we do not have a majority, so we will vote again. Supervisor Rice received 8 votes, Supervisor Van Summeren received 7 votes, and Supervisor Hanson received 4 votes. So we will vote again until we have a majority, which is 10. Ms. Hines needs to go make a few more copies, and so it will just be one moment. Again, if you can sign your oath of office, we will get those gathered. Thank you.
My first experience of lamb was mutton. I know on the outskirts of Oh, yes, yes, yes. So did Lynn. She made the same face. My restaurant, I have two Lego.
Okay, we will be voting again. We do not have a majority. So this time around, the votes were 9 for Supervisor Rice, 8 for Supervisor Van Summeren, and 2 for Supervisor Hanson. So we still don't have a majority, so we will vote again.
On my website, I have roast Lego lamb. You will go to all. Once in a while, yeah. Well, they don't have it all the time, but towards Easter, they always have Lego lamb. At all these, I don't know what it was this year because I didn't find it. But it's usually about, I think last year was like $8 or $9. Like steak, yeah. Yeah. Right, but it wasn't, it wouldn't have been 41.
That was for the steak. That was for a steak.
Oh, for a Lego lamb, it was about
41
for a pound of Lego lamb.
That was like a.
None of this cheap steak stuff. And it was, but it was worth every penny. In fact, the Lego lamb was about Lego lamb, usually it's quite a bit fat on it. Yeah. This was all meat. There was a little more, you know, yeah. That was tender. Put some pearls in it too for that price. Right. This was all, this was 2.5 pounds. But anyway, there were just 3 of us. Joe, and me, no, 4. There was Joe's daughter and Tina, there was 4. But there was maybe 2 more people on at least cutting the piece in half, we half, kept the other half.
There is a selection.
I don't have another time. Which limited job.
Okay, we do have a majority now. We have 10 votes for Supervisor Van Summeren and 9 votes for Supervisor Rice. So Supervisor Van Summeren, you are elected as the vice chair. We'll have you come up and sit in this seat right here. And then once we play a little musical chairs, then Chair Fiedler will go on to business item number 3.
Yep, if you give us just 1 minute to shuffle the chairs. So if I could have everybody on this side then, slide down 1 chair, and just Supervisor Rowan, if you could slide 1.
He's much happier. Very close to office.
Yep, so he doesn't have to go over there.
So he had been driving there for about a year.
Yeah. It's a long way.
I'm sorry. And so he works at home and he likes it very much. A couple of years ago, he got promoted to senior, distinguished senior engineer. And I said, I hope there was a little pay increase. And he said, yeah, I'll bet. And then about a month later, he said, like, that's the other way you're going. Right. He finally took me out of the ride. Have you ridden one of those horses?
No, I haven't. Well, yeah, but now with somebody crazy.
Oh, yeah, no, we have that time on doing calls.
Nope. Oh, yes.
Before we have our first item of business, I do want to thank Supervisor Rice and Supervisor Hanson, and I very much look forward to working with Supervisor Van Summeren over the next term. With that, we'll get to our first and only item of business, and that is the nominations by the county administrator for the positions on the Health and Human Services Board. And I'll call on Administrator Witt.
All right, so one of the first things is you need a motion and a second, Chair, before the item can be brought to the floor.
Very good point. So I have a Supervisor Leaf.
I move to approve the appointments of the Health and Human Services Board.
Is there a second? Supervisor Hanson seconds. Discussion.
All right, so these are, by state law, the county administrator is required to make appointments to the Health and Human Services Board. The other standing committees will be appointed by the county board chair, probably later today. So when we look at appointments, what I do is I look at the preference forms that we sent out to everyone, and all of you were kind enough to fill that out. And so everyone that was selected to the Health and Human Services Board, except for maybe Supervisor Rowan, who is on an existing term, it was their first selection. So it was all first selections of the people that I have nominated for appointment to that board. And then we're going to use the electronic voting system on this. Yeah, and these are the appointments. It'd be Supervisors Telejohn, Barkalow, Shirley Carter, and McIntosh. Supervisors Leaf and Rowan are in existing terms. And then appointment of the citizen appointee, reappointment of Julie Smith. So that is what we'll be voting on.
Any further discussions or questions for the administrator? Seeing none, we'll vote. The result of the vote is unanimous that the nominees of the county administrator for the Health and Human Services Board are confirmed. With that, we will turn to presentations, and I'll turn it over to our county administrator, Ken Witt.
Thank you, Chair Fiedler. All right, we will get started. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go through a lot of educational things for you over the next couple of hours. Don't worry, we'll have a luncheon there for you somewhere. Otherwise, there's snacks and coffee over here. Feel free to get up and get something to get you through all these presentations. But the first one is a video that the Wisconsin Counties Association put together. It's What Are Counties? It's just a very short, it's 2.5 minutes, but it gives a really nice background on what counties are. And so we'll go ahead and we'll play that video.
Is for seniors who want to get back their youth. Lift breasts right after first wear. Breasts stay higher.
So maybe we should have got the premium version of YouTube. All right. As soon as the laughter dies down, I'll restart the video.
There are 72 counties in Wisconsin, keeping together the fabric which makes our communities great places to live, work, and raise a family. While we know what county we live in, most of us don't know what counties do. Think about your day so far. Did you get to where you are on a state highway or a county road? That road was maintained by the county. If it snowed last night, guess how the road got salted and cleared? That's right. A county snowplow was out there working for you. Whether you realize it or not, your county is part of almost every milestone in your life. The Register of Deeds provides us with birth and death certificates. When you bought your home, the Register of Deeds recorded the sale. Getting married? You'll need to stop at the county clerk's office to make it official with a marriage license. Have you voted? The county clerk oversees all elections. Counties also play an important role in economic development by encouraging new investment in our communities. This investment results in new jobs and a higher quality of life for our citizens. Counties do lots of other important things too. Have an emergency? The 911 dispatch center is run by your county. And county sheriffs provide law enforcement and operate the jails. Counties also operate the state court system. County health departments protect public health and make sure our communities stay healthy. Counties are responsible for the places you love to go, like county parks, airports, and zoos. And counties help care for many of our most vulnerable citizens. The Human Services Department looks out for our children, the elderly, and people with disabilities, and administers state and federal aid programs. Counties also help farmers through conservation efforts and work to keep our lakes and rivers clean. So even though you may not be aware of it, counties touch nearly every aspect of your life. What may be even more surprising, however, is what a bargain county services are. While we all know the feeling of opening up our property tax bill a few weeks before the holidays, did you know counties account for less than 20% of the average property tax bill? That's right. Less than 20 cents on every dollar you pay in property taxes goes to fund the services which make Wisconsin such a wonderful place. The state relies on counties to provide the best state services efficiently and at the lowest possible cost to taxpayers. So that's the county story. Want to learn more? Get to know your county elected officials at your county's website. Check out a meeting of your county board. It's open to the public and held at your local courthouse. Or visit the Wisconsin Counties Association at www.wicounties.org. Counties, helping to make Wisconsin great.
All right, very good. So we're going to turn it over now to Heather Amos, and she's going to go over the county board authority, roles, and responsibilities of county board supervisors.
So you will be hearing a lot from me today. If you looked at the agenda, I think there's 5 presentations that the Corp Counsel Office will be providing. I will be doing 4 of them, and then one of my assistant corporation counsels will do the last one. Feel free to ask questions while I'm presenting. If it's off the top of your head, I prefer you ask it right away. If I have the answer, obviously I'll provide it. If I don't, I will get back to you. So this presentation will go over the roles and responsibilities of the county board supervisor and how it relates to the employees and elected officials within the county. Let's see here. Okay, so first we'll discuss the statute. So Wisconsin Statute 59.01 is the statutory section that defines what a county is. So county is a body corporate. We can be sued and sue other people. We have the ability to acquire and hold, lease, rent, or sell real and personal estate for public uses and purposes. This includes obtaining lands acquired by tax deed. It includes us entering into leases and contracts. And we are allowed as the county to perform such other acts as are necessary and proper to the exercise of the powers and privileges granted and the performance of the legal duties charged upon it. So that is the language from the statute. Always lawyers write statutes and they have to make it as difficult as possible. So here are the sections of the Constitution that address counties. So the legislature may confer upon the boards of supervisors of the several counties of the state such powers of a local, legislative, and administrative character as they shall from time to time prescribe. Basically, this means that the state, through the statutes and administrative code, gives the counties the authority to act. Article 6, Section 4 of the Constitution identifies the county officers as well as the conditions of their election, removal, and terms of office. So the constitutional officers that are at the county level are sheriffs, coroners, registers of deeds, district attorneys, judges and clerks of courts, treasurers, and county clerks. And we'll go through their constitutional and statutory duties later in this presentation. So an important aspect for the county board to understand is that we operate by administrative home rule, and that is under WSStat 59.03. And that statute indicates that every county may exercise any organizational or administrative power subject only to the Constitution and to any enactment of the legislature which is of statewide concern and which uniformly affects every county. So there's a limitation example for you from an attorney general opinion, is that a county with a county administrator, such as St. Croix County, cannot place appointment authority with the county board. So we just had the appointments to the HHS board. Those were chosen by Administrator Witt and confirmed by the county board. That is a statutory duty that is set forth in the Wisconsin statutes. Administrative home rule indicates that we have to follow those statutes. So self-organized counties, self-organization provides counties more flexibility in which the County Board of Supervisors may operate, such as setting compensation for the supervisors, filling county supervisor vacancies, and adopting rules governing the supervisors. And self-organization is accomplished by adopting an ordinance. St. Croix County became a self-organized county in April 2004 by enacting Chapter 6 of the St. Croix County Code of Ordinances. So as you know, our county board has 19 supervisors. Does anybody know which county has the smallest number of supervisors at 7? Administrator Witt, I know he knows. Does any supervisor know? Any guesses? Menominee County. And so the largest number of supervisors is 38. Does anybody know which county has? Correct. Okay, so the organizational meeting, which is what we were doing today, is required by statute to meet on the third Tuesday of April. The county board may adjourn to a different date if it's absolutely necessary, and the purpose is to organize and transact business. So all 72 counties on today's date, by statute, should be meeting to organize. Some do it in the morning, some do it in the evening. That can be modified by the county board, but every county board is to meet the third Tuesday of April. The annual meeting is also set forth in statute, and that is to be held annually on the Tuesday after the second Monday in November. The county board can establish by rule an earlier date in October, but we have to have it by that Tuesday after the second Monday of November to adopt the budget. The purpose is to organize and transact business. However, the most important task is to adopt the budget. The clerk may adjourn it by a request of the majority of the supervisors, but again, there is a deadline and we have to meet that deadline. So now we'll go over the forms of governance. So there's traditional governance and policy governance. And I hope if one thing you will take away from this presentation is that the county board sets policy. So you'll hear me say that quite a few times. So traditional governance is the board approves staff actions plans, exercise oversight, and the board tries to keep up with and to instruct management. That is not what you do. You do policy governance. And so the board states what the organization must achieve, and you hold management accountable. You must lead. The board describes what means will not be acceptable. And the work of the board is focused on revising the desired results and means. So attention is given mainly to attending the needs of the community served. So just to go over the executive branch in Wisconsin, there are 3 different forms of executive branches. There's a county executive, which is in 12 counties, county administrator in 35 counties, and an administrative coordinator in 25 counties. So a county executive, in those counties that have a county executive, is the chief executive officer. They coordinate and direct all administrative and management functions. If the county has a population of more than 750,000, the executive is elected. If the counties with population of less than 750,000, they may, by resolution of the board or by petition and referendum, create the office of county executive or abolish it. So in a county executive form of government, The county executive appoints and supervises department heads, subject to county board confirmation, unless the confirmation is waived or it's a civil service position. The county executive appoints members to boards and commissions where the statutes give he or she the authority to do so, submits the annual budget, and this is different than the other two forms of government, is the county executive has veto authority over ordinances and resolutions and appropriations, but the county board can override the county executive with a 2/3 vote. The county administrator form of government, which is what we have here, counties having a population of less than 750,000 may create the office of county administrator, and that is completed by resolution or by petition and referendum, and it is appointed by a majority of the board. That's also statutory. So the county administrator is the chief administrative officer of the county. He or she coordinates and directs all administrative and management functions of county government, also appoints and supervises department heads, subject to the county board confirming, unless the confirmation is waived or it's a civil service position. The county administrator also appoints members to boards and commissions where the statutes give him the authority to do so, also subject to county board confirmation. He or she answers to the county board of supervisors and submits the annual budget. So based on the statute, the county administrator shall be appointed solely on merit. The board should give due regard to the training, experience, administrative ability, and general qualifications and fitness for performing the duties of the office. No person shall be eligible to the office of county administrator who does not have that training and experience and ability. And no weight or consideration shall be given by the board to residence, nationality, or to political or religious affiliations. So who is the county administrator accountable to? He is accountable to you, the county board. So the county board has the authority to review his performance, sign his contract, and the county board also may remove the county administrator at any time if the county board believes the conduct of the administrator becomes unsatisfactory. And then the county board would also be tasked in appointing a successor. So an administrative coordinator form of government, which is what we had when there was 31 supervisors on the county board. An administrative coordinator is similar to a county administrator, but does not have any appointment authority and is responsible for coordinating rather than coordinating and directing. The duties are closely aligned to those of a city or village administrator who works under a mayor or a village president. The county must designate an administrative coordinator if it does not have an executive or a county administrator. And the statutes indicate that the administrative coordinator shall be responsible for coordinating all administrative and management functions of the county government, not otherwise vested by law in boards or commissions or in other elected officers. So an administrative coordinator is elected or appointed. The positions of county supervisor and administrative coordinator are legally incompatible. So what that means is a county can't have a county board supervisor who also then acts as an administrative coordinator. And that's pursuant to an attorney general opinion from 2011. Okay, so now we'll focus now on the county board and your duties and responsibilities. So counties do not have constitutional home rule authority. We only have those authorities that are set by statute. You can levy taxes and then administrative and management authority only to the extent not otherwise provided to others by statute. The county board chair presides over the meetings of the county board of supervisors. He or she administers oaths, countersigns all ordinances along with the county clerk, commonly acts as the spokesperson for the county board, provides guidance and direction on moving issues through the board, and we'll go through that further in Robert's Rules of Order, and typically appoints committee members subject to the county board confirmation. So this is talking about you all as supervisors. So a supervisor's authority is collective, not individual. Not one supervisor can make a decision. There has to be a collective agreement. So a supervisor is a historical and not a descriptive term. Most people, when they think of supervisors, means you're supervising somebody. You're supervising employees. That is not what the role of supervisor is for a county board. Supervisors serve primarily a legislative function. And that legislative function is largely limited to policymaking through passing ordinances, resolutions, budgetary approval, and cooperative decision-making. So the basic county board functions. You will involve, represent, and be accountable to the public. You will determine through different standing committees that eventually come to the county board which services should be provided by the county. You adopt the annual budget and levy taxes. You hire, evaluate, and retain good administration. You regulate within statutory authority, cooperate with other levels of government, focus on long-term rather than the past or short-term. One of the things we always say is that this county board can't bind future county boards, and so we focus on this 2-year term and what you will do during this 2-year term. You conduct strategic planning and addressing key issues and opportunities. You help determine the overall mission and purpose. You establish a county's vision, and you establish long-term desired results. In other words, your role is to enact policy. So some of the big policy items that you will address is comprehensive strategic capital improvements, parks, farmland preservation, transportation, and the budget. The budget is the most important document that the county board works on. It determines what services are provided, how funded, and the level of funding. Okay, so now to go into what you may see at a standing committee and county board meeting. First is an ordinance. An ordinance is a local law prescribing rules of conduct. Think of them as statutes or Federal Code of Regulations. That's what an ordinance is. It's enforced by officials of the government body. It's a permanent part of the government code. And ordinances can also be regulatory, such as licensing, zoning, and peace and order. And just to give you a heads up, we are in the process of recodifying our ordinances. It's a long overdue need, so we will hopefully have that done by the end of the year and switch over to Muni Code, which is much more user-friendly. More to come on that. So a resolution is less permanent and deals with matters that are temporary in character, often used to grant special privileges, state policy, express opinions, or communicate with other governmental bodies. Sometimes resolutions are used when we want to support a bill that's pending in the legislature. And then the resolution is also used to adopt the budget. So getting back to governance. Your roles and responsibilities in governance is detailed in the next several slides. So first, effective board operations promote the public's best interests and its confidence in the decision-making process. Effective board operations are based on mutual understanding and respect for each other's positions and viewpoints. You may not all agree on a topic, but the goal is to have conversations, discussions about the agenda items in a fashion that everybody feels respected when they do so. Effective board members support the majority's decision once a final decision has been made. And effective governance will include long-term strategic planning and a shared vision of what the county looks like now and how it functions in the future. So you have a leadership responsibility, and sometimes that can be confused and controversial. Leaders should model the way, such as setting example for others, inspire a shared vision, challenge the process for positive outcomes, enable others to act, maintain morale and a positive work environment for county staff, and hold others accountable to promote the best interests of the county over your personal goals and ambitions. In terms of ethics, supervisors should promote decisions which only benefit the public interest, properly administer the affairs of the county, actively promote public confidence in county government, again, support the majority's decision once a final decision has been made. You may not agree with it, you may have voted against it, but once the county board has by majority approved a decision, the county board supervisors should support that decision. Maintain a positive image to pass constant public scrutiny, avoid any conflict or potential conflict of interest, maintain a respectful attitude towards employees, other public officials, colleagues, and associates, and faithfully comply with all the law and regulations applicable and impartially apply them to everyone. Again, the county board has overall budget authority. However, your relationship to county offices and departments must be consistent with the statutes and the Constitution. Your role is that of a visionary. And so the county board supervisors, your roles and responsibilities, they are vastly different than department heads and staff. So you serve as a legislator, basically, in a legislative role. Department heads and our staff serve in an operational and advisory role to you. So the statutes indicate that the board may, by resolution designating the purposes and prescribing the duties thereof and manner of reporting, authorize their chairperson to appoint before June 1st in any year committees from the members of the board, and the committee so appointed shall perform the duties and report as prescribed in the resolution. That's the statutory language. It's long. I copied it from the statutes. Basically, what that means is our rules of the Board of Supervisors are adopted by a resolution. Those rules set forth the standing committees, and that can be modified by time to time by a majority of the county board. And we'll go into our 5 standing committees in a later presentation. Basically, this is the same. The authority to appoint members to standing committees, boards, and commissions varies depending on which of these 3 forms of government is in place. In our county, as you already saw, the HHS board is appointed by nominations by Administrator Witt and approved by the county board. The standing committees then, the balance of them, are filled by the county board chair in coordination with the vice chair. So what is committee involvement? Counties are structured so that committees do much of the preliminary work and then make recommendations to the full board. It would be very difficult to require all 19 board members to be experts in every single thing that the county does, which is why we have standing committees. The committees have the knowledge, expertise, and a better perspective of what is needed, what is achievable, how much it would cost or save to implement the new strategies and goals. So committees typically know who is in the community their departments and programs serve. Obviously, the Health and Human Services Board addresses very different things than the Transportation Committee. And so the committee that you're on, you'll become expertise in those departments that report to you. Committees have access to the appropriate staff to assist them with their planning needs. Committees know who the stakeholders are for their assigned committees and departments. And utilizing the committee structure allows for a process where everyone on the county board has an active role in planning the county's future. The standing committee functions. Much of the preliminary business and public hearings on legislation are conducted by committees, which then makes recommendations or referrals to the full county board for final action. Our rules governing the Board of Supervisors specifically indicate that. An action item must come from a standing committee. And that is because we want to make sure the committees have enough time to discuss, to review, to have all the information that they need before they make a decision and send it on to the full county board. Standing committees monitor performance. They review and make budget recommendations, draft ordinances and resolutions in conjunction with the Corporation Counsel Office, and consider strategic planning efforts. So in other words, assist in policy development. So the committee chair, that supervisor will take a leadership role in all matters related to that standing committee and under that committee's jurisdiction. The chair will set the tone, agenda, goals, make reports and recommendations on the committee's behalf, and preside at the meetings. And if the chair is unable to do so, there's also a vice chair that is appointed to the standing committees that can step in if the chair is unavailable. So just a little visual about the county board is to set policy, so the what and the why, and the administration, the staff, develop the where, when, and how. One of these examples is what. So will the county establish a hiking trail system? And the why, will the system benefit the county? Whereas the staff will address how, so who will build and maintain the system, when, what is the time frame for implementation, and where will the system need to be maintained. The responsibility of the administration is to implement the policies and strategies that you discuss and require us to do. Focus is more narrow and shorter term. The administration is responsible for the day-to-day operations, addresses departments or individual issues, requires attention to detail, and typically requires some specialized training. So these are just some slides. I won't dwell on them much, but the courts have indicated that county boards need to address policy. So your primary function is policy making and legislative. And so that's reiterated in different case law, attorney general's opinions, and treatises. So here's what can happen when there is not a distinction between policy and administration. So county board is then spending time on the trivial, reading reams of documents, long-running meetings that accomplish little, committees that are just window dressing for what staff want to do, meddling in administration. The staff becomes in control of the board agendas instead of the county board or the standing committees. It's reactive instead of proactive. The administration committee serves basically as the de facto board. There's confusion about what is going on, and there's no decisive way to evaluate the county administrator. So those are just things to look out for. Obviously, we want you to focus on policy, and the staff operates on the day-to-day needs of the county. So if we look to the private sector, here's a way to describe the county in terms of looking at it as a private sector. So who are the shareholders in county government? The taxpayers, the employees, and the state of Wisconsin. The board of directors is the county board. The CEO is the county administrator. But then where do the department heads fall in this organizational chart? So here is a visual of where the county board operates in terms of the standing committees. You're in charge of the county administrator. The county administrator is in charge of the department heads, and the department heads are in charge of the county staff. But there's something missing from this chart, and that is the constitutional officers or the elected officials. So where do they fall in terms of working with the county board? So the next probably dozen slides go over the constitutional and statutory obligations of our constitutional officers. So I'll be going through them in detail. So first, the authority of the county clerk. So Ms. Hines is our county clerk. She is elected along with the president for 4-year terms. The Constitution is silent on any duties, powers, or obligations of the county clerk. So then we look to the statutes to find out what her statutory power and authority is. So she has a lot of duties and responsibilities under the statutes. She is to appoint one or more deputies, appoint assistants, keep and record minutes of the county board meeting, document board resolutions, and make sure that she tallies the vote of each supervisor for every vote. She signs all orders of payments issued to the county board, maintains records, makes certified copies. She obviously runs the elections. She has many more duties beyond that, but those are her statutory duties. Going on to the treasurer, again, elected along with the president for 4-year terms. The Constitution is silent on the treasurer's duties. However, her statutory authority is found in 59.25. She may appoint one deputy who may only be removed for just cause. She receives all monies belonging to the county from all sources and also pays out all monies belonging to the county. She keeps an account of all receipts and expenditures. By March 15th of every year, she has to furnish to the Department of Revenue a complete tax roll settlement sheet. She exercises any investment authority delegated by the board and then pays all fees. The clerk of courts, her power is constitutional, and it's set forth in Article 7, Section 12 of the Wisconsin Constitution. Clerk of courts is elected with the governor every 4 years. Removal is only provided by law. Vacancies are to be filled by the judge of the circuit court until the position can be filled. The Supreme Court appoints its own clerk of courts, and the Constitution is silent on any duties, powers, or obligations of the clerk of court beyond what is set forth here. So the statutory authority for the clerk of courts in counties with less than 500,000 in population, the clerk of court shall appoint one or more deputies. And the important part of having a deputy is if the clerk of court is unable to act, then the deputy clerk steps in. Deputies are revocable at the pleasure of the clerk of courts. She has many statutory duties under the statutes, keep court records in every action proceeding in judgment and lien dockets, collects fees, may contract with the debt collector to collect unpaid fines and forfeitures, and accept credit or debit payments for fees and establish payment plans if people do not have the ability to pay their fines in full. The Register of Deeds is also a constitutional officer. That position is elected along with the president for 4-year terms. Vacancies are filled by appointment, and again, the Constitution is silent on the duties of the Register of Deeds. However, her statutory duties are quite long. She has to appoint one or more deputies, record all deeds, mortgages, and other instruments related to land, index all marriages, deaths, and births, index all organizational documents, file financing statements, receive fees for filing and copying of recorded documents, convert recorded documents to electronic format, and then there's a whole bunch of lists of what she needs to do in terms of the index. I won't read through all of that. The county board also may by ordinance require that the register keep a track index of records searchable in different formats. Okay, the authority of the sheriff. The sheriff's position is elected along with the governor for 4 years. The sheriff, if elected as a sheriff, cannot hold any other partisan office. If the position is vacant, it is filled by appointment by the governor and serves until the successor is elected. Just recently, there was a change in statutes to clarify the positions of undersheriff and chief deputy. And the Constitution is silent on the duties, powers, or obligations of the sheriff, but the statutes have many things that the sheriff is required to do. In counties less than 500,000 in population, the sheriff must appoint an undersheriff or a chief deputy. The sheriff must appoint deputies for cities, villages, and assembly districts if they don't have their own police department. In counties with a population of 500,000 or less, the sheriff can fix the number of deputies not less than required and set their salaries. And then if additional deputies are appointed to provide law enforcement services to a city or village, the sheriff must attempt to appoint deputies from the ranks of police officers whose positions were abolished. The sheriff also has the authority over the jail. So the sheriff must take charge and custody of the jail, maintain an exact register of all inmates, serve and execute all processes, writs, precepts, and orders, and serve or execute any summons, order, or judgments, enforce all city or village ordinances under which the sheriff provides law enforcement services under contract. In the next couple months, you'll be seeing a proposed contract with a town for the sheriff to provide some law enforcement services. The sheriff is to keep and preserve the peace in their respective counties, transport legally arrested persons, and collect all fees prescribed by statute, such as service of process fees. The authority of the district attorney position is elected along with the president for 4-year terms. Vacancies are filled by appointments, and again, the Constitution is silent on the district attorney's duties. The statutes indicate that he must hire and supervise staff, including assistant district attorneys, to appear and assist in the investigation of matters being prosecuted by his office, prosecute all criminal actions, prosecute all actions for forfeitures, traffic violations, and county ordinance violations. He also has the joint responsibility to the Government Accountability Board to prosecute all matters involving violations of elections, ethics, and lobbying laws, investigate welfare fraud, attend grand juries, issue subpoenas, and handle all criminal appeals at the direction of the Attorney General. So all of those things that I went over rather quickly are more in detail in this book, which is created by the Wisconsin Counties Association. So if you ever want to know more about any of those positions, they're all detailed within this book. I think I skipped a page, but that's okay. Okay, so
Heather, could I jump in and give you
yes,
just
go
a
ahead.
little break and ask a quick question?
Yes.
You covered extensively the clerk of court and their duties, and they're, of course, are a county employee. But what about the judges?
Yes, so the judges are state employees, and oh gosh, I'm going to forget how many years their terms are, either 4 or 6. And the judges do not respond to the county board. They're the separate branch of government. So they are the judicial branch. County administrator is the executive, you're the legislative. So obviously their role is judicial. They participate in the Public Protection and Judiciary Committee, and their duties are required and set forth by statutes and the Supreme Court rules. So they do not report to the county board, but obviously they're an important function of the government as they're a branch of the government. Thank you, Supervisor Fiedler. So what are the duties of county officers? Since the Constitution is almost silent on the duties of county offices, what do we look at to determine what it is that county officers are supposed to do? So the county staff compared to the county board supervisors, staff typically have the education, experience, background checked, bonded, professionally current, and involved in professional associations. The board is elected by people and have local connections. I would also add to that that you do have education and experience that you're going to bring to the board in helping you make decisions regarding the various agenda items that come before you. So, but individually as a county board supervisor, you have no management or leadership role outside of committees and commissions. Again, the authority is collective. Non-elected department heads have leadership roles in their departments within the guidelines and the policies and procedures set by the Board of Supervisors. Staff, specifically non-elected department heads, have an obligation to carry out the duties in a manner consistent with the policy direction of the board. Staff makes recommendations and they give their professional advice to you. They do not make policy, other than internal operating procedures that they utilize in each department. Staff is available to answer questions and present reports during meetings to enable the elected officials to make informed decisions, and they may offer alternatives and recommendations as needed. So we're going to talk a little bit about micromanagement. I was here working for the county when we switched from an administrative coordinator and 31 supervisors to a county administrator and 19 supervisors, and that was definitely a difference in how the county board operates. So employees spending time focusing on pleasing the micromanager versus doing their job is never going to be beneficial for the county. Employees suffer a loss of morale because skills that took years to build are being wasted, and a futility mentality sets in. Why am I here if I can't be trusted to do the simplest task? So the goal is for county board supervisors to work in conjunction with the staff and the administrative team. Know your job and try not to interfere with that of the administration. Devote the time needed to do a good job, which typically is reviewing the agenda packets, as a lot of the materials that you will need to make decisions are included in the agenda packets. Read the background and materials. Admit what you do not know. We don't expect you all to be experts in everything that counties do. Ask the questions. The supervisors, the department heads and staff are here to help you. And do not jump to conclusions. Instead, hear and weigh all the facts. If you hear something in the community and you're curious about it, call Administrator Witt. That is what he is here for. Keep your minds open to change. You might come into this position thinking, oh, I want to do X, Y, Z, and then you hear all the information, facts, evidence, and you think, oh, no, maybe I want to do A, B, C instead. Understand that the administrator is practicing a career, a highly complex one, for which he has prepared with formal training, and in most cases, years of progressive experience. And do not become a complaint department. Communicate with the staff through the administration as much as possible. So again, if you hear a complaint about a county employee, go to Administrator Witt with that complaint first. That is his job to make sure that is addressed internally. I suggest you not make promises outside county board meetings, not only for legal reasons, but also out of respect for the ethics of the situation and the regard for the other board members, the administration, and the employees. Listen to what your constitutional officers, employees have to offer you. Let them know you're listening. Again, if someone complains to you about a member of the administration, listen, don't automatically agree. Being supportive of the administration shows that you're confident in the work of the county board and of the management team. But if the complaint becomes serious enough, we would recommend that you ask that person to put the complaint in writing, and then the board can analyze that complaint. Again, constructive criticism is also the most helpful. Do not surprise the administration at a board meeting with resolutions, problems, and issues without their prior knowledge. While we know a lot of stuff, we may not have the answers if we're not given a heads up. So if you spring something at a meeting, administration may not know the answer, and we'll have to get back to you. Also, could be issues with open meeting laws, but that's another presentation. So at the county here, we follow a chain of command. So when issues are raised before county board members, they should be referred to the appropriate source for handling, which is the county administrator. County board members should avoid engaging in individuals' initiatives to investigate or address issues unless authorized to do so by a standing committee or county board. Following chain of command will ensure that issues are addressed in an open and deliberate manner that is fair to all involved. So just key points and takeaways. I know this is a long presentation. Counties are a creature of the state. So counties can only do what the statutes, administrative code, and the Constitution allow. County boards serve as a legislative body, which sets policy, approves budgets, and makes cooperative decisions. County boards work most effectively when utilizing a strong committee system. And county committees do much of the preliminary work prior to making recommendations to the full board. So they review and recommend approval of ordinances and resolutions, and review and develop budget recommendations. Individual county board supervisors have no management or leadership role. County administration and department heads are here to implement the policies and procedures that you set. Micromanaging stifles productivity of county operations. And we hope that the county board and administrative team will work cohesively and cooperatively to provide the best chance of success in meeting the needs of the county residents. Does anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Supervisor Leaf.
Actually, it's more of a comment. One of the slides talked about that we decide services that are provided. People will learn this when they get into committees, but there are several mandated services that we don't have control over, but we need to have. Right.
Correct. So in your book, there is charts for mandated services. So mandated services are services set forth in the statutes that counties are required to provide. You can set policy in some fashion on how those services are provided by saying how many employees will be assigned to that department through the budget. So there are mandated services that are required to be provided by statute. Your policy directives are how many people will support that mandated service, how are we budgeting that mandated service. And then there's non-mandated services that the county provides, and then you also always have the discretion on determining, should we continue to provide that non-mandated service? How much should we allot budgetarily to that non-mandated service? So that is a good point, Supervisor Leaf. Anybody else have any other questions before I turn it over to Administrator Witt? No? All right, thank you. This is one of 5.
Administrator Witt will take probably about 20-25 minutes for his presentation, and then we'll break for lunch. But I wanted to thank our corporate counsel, Ms. Amos, for really a great presentation. And for the new members, I'm just going to blurt it out as directly as I can. When you will engage with Heather Amos on many occasions when there are difficult issues, and attorney-client privilege applies. And so you can talk to her very directly, very privately, and in my experience with her over the last number of years, she is absolutely totally professional, knowledgeable, and very closed-mouthed about those discussions. So use her as a great resource. Administrator Witt.
Yeah, after having her speak, it sounds like I got a really big job. Normally during the organizational meeting, I do in the past I've done anyways, a budget presentation where we sort of go over the budget for the new members. That seemed really boring. Everyone kept falling asleep during them. So I changed it up a little bit. It's more of a state of the county. So it's going to be a lot of budget stuff still in it, but also really a picture of the county to give you an idea from our perspective, what the county's been dealing with and some of the things that we do really well. All right, so the outline is who is St. Croix County? So sort of defining what we are, and then what is the St. Croix County way? As I said, there's certain things that we do that I think we do really well. Other counties try to copy us, emulate the things that we do, and so I'll kind of point those out as we go through. Talk about what we have done, and then highlight at the end some of the things that are on your agenda that we still need to do. All right, so first off is the size of the county. So we have 100,028 people in the county. I start with population because everything we do is service delivery driven. So as the population increases, so does the demand for services. You can see over the past 55 years here, we've gone up basically from in the upper 30,000 to over 100,000. Second fastest growing county in the state of Wisconsin. The Department of Administration, when they measure this, I'm going to focus on the upper left and the bottom right graphs here. The upper left is our 2010 to 2020 population. Dane County down there at the southern part, they grew by 15%. The second highest was St. Croix County at 11%. And then one of these counties up here was 9. So you can see, historically, we have been the second fastest growing. Even in our middle of our 2020 to 2030, I think we're the third fastest on here, but the decade's not over. The population, though, on the bottom, then, what I wanted to highlight, because you're going to see a population shift. And so this isn't unique to St. Croix County. It's not unique to Wisconsin. It's really a global shift because population trends are just changing from the historical past. Dane County is still projected 11. Trempealeau's at 13. I don't know why everyone's moving to Trempealeau in the future, but that must be where everyone wants to go. And you see St. Croix County at 0%. So you think, okay, well, we're going to be flat. But if you look at all the other counties, north and east of us, they're all negatives. And so while, yes, 0 might be, you're saying, well, there's no growth, at least we're not going to be experiencing 0 growth based upon the Department of Administration statistics. Now, I would take that just with a little bit of a grain of salt, and that the DOA applies a formula. They don't look at St. Croix County uniqueness. They have a mathematical formula that they apply to all 72 counties based upon where we are right now to where they think we're going to be. I think we're going to beat that formula. I think we typically do. And part of that is when you look at the forward analytics analysis of population and labor force growth, St. Croix County, top of the population growth, as we'd expect to be, but we're also top of the labor force growth. So we're the highest in both categories. There's only about 5 or 6 counties that are the top in both of those. I think St. Croix County grows not just because of the people that are currently here, and we're statistically going to have more people joining the county. People move here because of the jobs that are available. I mean, I don't know how many of you work in the Minneapolis market, but there are a lot of people that live in St. Croix County that do that. So I think we're going to exceed the growth rate, and so I think we're going to stay right there in the top few counties in the state for growth. So that creates challenges that we'll get to. So when you look at how are we divided up within St. Croix County, so if you look at the population on the right, 48% of our population lives in townships, 33% in cities, and 19% in villages. So cities and villages are really pretty much the same. They're just a slightly different structure of organizational structure, but they're metropolitan areas, if you can call Baldwin metropolitan, Supervisor Van Summeren. So they're the metropolitan areas. If you look at the values then, though, 55% of the value is in the townships. Cities and villages have a smaller percentage of that, which is kind of interesting because all the commercial and all the industrial is in the cities and villages. It's not in the townships. And so you have a lot of land out there. And it's not the farmland, because farmland is valued at an ag use value. And so really, St. Croix County, probably more unique than most counties, has a lot of higher-end residential housing in the townships. That's what that's telling me. If you looked at the statistics from other counties, you would not see that. So that's a uniqueness to St. Croix County. I'll shift gears just a little bit here and talk about our vision and mission statement. I meet with all new employees. Once a month, we bring all the new employees together, and this is one of the slides that I talk to them about, and I'll tell them the same thing I tell you. What is the purpose of a vision and mission statement? Well, the purpose is it gives you some direction. At some point in your career, you're going to have a decision. You're going to have a fork in the road. Do I do option A or do I do option B? You're going to look around and your supervisor's not going to be there. So think about the vision and mission statement that the county has, and that'll help you make that choice. There's really only a couple of words that they need to remember. If you look at our vision statement, the county that delivers service, everything that we do is a service delivery. We don't make anything. There's no widgets or gadgets that are made by the county. Everything is a service delivery. And how we want you to deliver that service is with compassion and respect for the people and the environment. And so when you're facing that choice, option A or option B, which choice lends to the vision? Which choice is the best service delivery with the compassion and respect? That's how we want the employees to think about things, and that gives them the guidance. And this guidance comes from the county board. We'll then talk about the budget process, one of the largest policy documents that you'll do. It takes months of work with a lot of input from different people. It's going to start here with a committee of the whole meeting. Generally, we do it in April. We're going to do it either April or the very beginning part of May. And it really wraps up then in November with the budget hearing and approval. The biggest meeting probably, though, is the October Committee of the Whole meeting. That's where we really go through the entire budget book. There's a copy of the budget book for all the new supervisors on your desk. That's where we go through really that whole book and go through it in detail. And it's your last chance before that final vote to ask any questions or make any changes to it. So again, the biggest policy document coming up. I talked about population growth and how much we've grown over the last decade. We've grown 15% over the last decade. If you look at the number of authorized employees that we have, the FTEs, that's up by 16%. So again, I had correlated service delivery to population, and that chart here represents how that happens, and that we've been keeping up with that. A lot of counties haven't been able to be as successful as we have, but we've been able to keep up with our population growth.
Of course, Supervisor Hanson.
Ken, how many of those are shared FTEs? How many people does that represent, and actual people?
Yeah. Well, last year we had 871 W-2s, and so there's a certain amount of turnover. I would say on any active day or payroll, there's probably 720 to 40, probably somewhere in that range. So a lot of the CNA positions are, partial FTEs, seasonal parks, seasonal highways. Yep. All right, let's talk a little bit about the equalized value of the county. You can see in that chart, the dip there, that was the housing recession when property values decreased. But generally, it's going up. It's practically a straight up line of values in the county. That helps with our budgeting. That doesn't create any new money. That just redistributes the same amount of money to different people at different times. New money is created through net new construction. The tax levy, we're limited in the state of Wisconsin by whatever our net new construction rate is, and that's new building, so that's a new house or a new garage. I mean, whatever the new construction is, that's reflected in our net new construction. And while, we've been averaging about 2% over the last, 15 years since this went into place, that's higher than most other counties in the state of Wisconsin. Most other counties are below 2, and a lot of them are below 1%. And so we've been fortunate that we're as high as we are, but that doesn't necessarily solve all of our problems because more and more population is more and more people and more demands for service. All right, so where do our revenues come from? If you look at our revenue sources, and we spend so much time and so much focus talking about property taxes, they're really only 1/3 of our total revenue package. Sales tax is about 11%. Grants and aids that we're getting from the state, either one-time grants or ongoing grants and aids that we get are 12%. Charges for services, you think about our parks, think about the nursing home, those are charges for services. Transportation charges that we have for the state or other local units of government. So they all make up a part of that package. But really, most of our focus always seems to be that 1/3 of property taxes. Where do the expenses go? Well, since we're a service organization, 43% of it's going to wages and benefits. That's what you'd expect to see, is that there's a large percentage going to that. Debt service is 8%, a little bit of capital in there, and then 46% is service and supplies. So I talked just a couple slides back, this net new construction that's averaging about 2%. When you look at our expenses, inflation is hitting our service and supplies at 46% of our budget at the inflation rate, which is higher than our net new construction. And the net new construction is only affecting 1/3 of our budget. So 1/3 of our budget goes up by 2%, and that's most of our new money every year. That and sales tax, which is the 11%, I mean, that's where the new revenues are coming in. But these are the expense pressures that we're going to see as we budget. All right, debt service. So back in 2006 to 2016, this is on equalized value. So it was running about 30 cents per $1,000 of equalized value that you had. So if you had a $100,000 home, you'd be looking at $3 for that. So that rate has gone up now into the 60, 70 cents. If we look at 2016, I sort of highlighted here what the big projects were. Built a nursing home, the line goes up. We built the highway shop in Baldwin, the line goes up. We built special need jail cells, the line goes up. You like the sound effects? I just added those, yeah. And then the tax rate started to drop. Then a big jump goes in for the government center expansion, and then the rate starts to drop. We built the Hudson Highway shop just this year. It's going to open up at the end of May. There is no increase for that. I'll talk about that a little bit later. And then projected out, we have a jail project, which is the next big thing that's on the list. Projecting out where our current equalized value is, the tax rate for debt service would probably go up to about where it was before for the government center, and then it would continue back down. So you saw the back here in this decade, it was fairly steady, which is great other than we were operating out of a lot of old buildings. And the new trend is it goes up when we build something new, but then there's a drop. And so this is the first St. Croix County way that I'm going to highlight. This drop is something unique to the way that we structure our debt in St. Croix County. I developed this really for several reasons. One is taxpayers love to see their taxes go down. The elected body likes it when they can go tell the taxpayers that their tax rate go down. So I have built-in tax decreases. What we do is we structure the debt front-end loaded rather than back-end loaded. When we built the nursing home, which was done, the bond issue was done a month before I started, otherwise we wouldn't have done it that way. It was back-end loaded. So we did a 20-year bond, $20 million. We're halfway through that. We still owe $11 million of the $20 million. So over half of that debt is still outstanding, which means we've paid a lot of interest expense over the years. It was a good interest rate, but we still have been paying more interest than we have been on principal. What I do with all of these debts is I front load them. And so you do see the rise in the taxes, but then the payments actually escalate down. So it provides taxpayer relief, and it also provides space, which the Hudson Highway shop was the first time that we've been able to do that, where we added a $7.5 million bond issue, and the levy rate went up 0. We blended that payment with the existing payments, so you never even saw it. If you looked at a sheet, you wouldn't have even seen that extra $7.5 million of debt coming in. So we can blend the payments in to minimize the effect. Now, if you do a large project like a jail construction project, the line's going to go up, but we will have it come back down. So that's the reason that we do that, but that's one of the uniquenesses of St. Croix County in the way that we do this. So besides the taxpayer relief that we get, it also saves a lot of money in interest. Just the $7.5 million that we did, I have our bond advisor come in and they give it to me, and they usually give me a flat line amortization schedule on that. I tweak it then to blend it with everything that we have, and we saved about $300,000 of interest just on that one bond issue then, compared to what they were recommending for us. So it saves interest expense, it's less cost in the long run, and it provides annual taxpayer relief and an area to blend in debt. All right, so the results of that strategy, along with a lot of the other things that we do, is historic decreases in our mill rate. So this is looking at the last 50 years. Starting about 2011 here, the taxes have been steadily declining every single year since then. And so even with all those construction projects I just talked to you about that we've done, the total mill rate has still decreased every single year. So that's not by accident, that's by math. But that's why I'm here, is to help guide you through this process, determining what those debt services should do to blend and to continue this trend of decreasing taxes. So that's ultimately the goal that the county board usually gives me, and I'd imagine we'll probably continue with that path. All right, so we have a good mill rate, but really how does that compare to our neighbors? We're good compared to our own history, but looking at the other 72 counties, we're the 11th lowest mill rate out of all the 72 counties. So we're very good. The The prior year, we were 8th, so we actually moved up 3. So the mill rate comparison that I'm able to get data for on all 72 counties is a couple of year lag. So this is really a 2023. I'm going to go back to this debt service. This is 2023, this peak. So we peaked, we went from 8th to 11th because we hit that up peak with the first payments on the government-centered debt. You can see that it started dropping in the next 2 years. So what that means is that we'll continue to drop back down on this list. So 11th was kind of our peak, and we'll continue dropping back from there. If you look at it on a per capita basis, you know, the total amount of taxes that you have per person in the county, we're at 26th versus we were 18th the year before. And again, this will continue to drop too, both as the population grows. As the population grows faster, this will come down. And as we're able to keep the taxes low, that'll continue to come down also. All right, fund balance. So we've done really well with the tax rate. We also do really well with budgeting overall. One of the ways that we do that is through conservative budgeting practices. And we have a target fund balance rate then. So our target fund balance rate is 35% plus or minus 3%. So there's sort of that range, which is that it's the green line and the yellow line there. That's the range that we expect to be in. You can see the decades before we were below that. We've been above that ever since. And you know, kind of the funny thing about this is you think, okay, well, you're above and you've stayed above. Well, every year we come back to the county board, and whatever amount that we're above that green line, we carve off and we send it somewhere else. So we come down to the green line every single year, and then the next year we come back up again. So we never seem to get in the range. We're always above that, which is a good thing. We have some things that we use that fund balance for, and I think I'm going to get into that in a minute. But it's one of the St. Croix County ways that we're able to continue with our capital projects. Speaking of capital projects, this is the chart for the next 5 years of capital improvements. When I made this chart, I immediately thought of Sesame Street. So in Sesame Street, they said, which one's not like the other one? You know, and they do a little dance, I think. So I don't know if anyone else picked that up when they looked at this chart, which one looked different than the other ones? Anyone? This is an interactive session here. See, they got... Yeah, you guys should turn your mics on if you're going to sing. All right, well, if you haven't noticed, 2027 looks different than the other years. Normally, our capital projects, we like to stay right around $3 million per year. So 2027 has the jail project. It also has a communication tower project in there for about $11 million. So that one's not like the other ones. So that's unique. That's going to take some focus. I'm going to talk about that at the end of the meeting, but that's one of the things that I want you to be aware of and to start thinking about, because this is coming up fast. It's going to come up on the next couple of months, and really by the end of the year, you're going to need to make some decisions on this. All right, so what are some of the things that we do really well? I think we use the fund balance smartly. We got there by budgeting conservatively, and we use that, we carve that amount off above that green line to do really usually one of two things. We either use it for KIP one-time projects so that we can maintain the infrastructure that we have, improve the infrastructure that we have without having to go out for debt. Anytime you can avoid debt, that's your best case scenario because you're not having bond issuance costs and you're not having interest costs. So you're really saving the taxpayers twice by being able to use cash for those items rather than having to go to debt. The other thing we've used one-time excess of fund balance for is to reduce the debt itself. Sometimes we artificially buy down the debt, and that helps keep that mill rate in a downward trajectory. So that's on purpose that we do those two items. So that's one of the St. Croix County ways that we do this. Very important for our overall management philosophy. And I'm not saying you have to continue that philosophy. I'm just saying that's what my recommendation is going to be. Another thing that we do really well is we invest in smarter technologies. And I listed just a couple of them here. There's a lot of other good ideas that our department heads are implementing. Civic Clerk, though, the electronic voting system and agenda system, that was a new system that we put into place. It replaced a very clunky old system. If you remember the remote controls that you kept trying to point at things, that there was nothing that they actually had to point at. replace that. And it's a better overall system for getting access to the information. The medical examiner is another good example. They put in a CT scanner a few years ago, so they'll scan a body. They're able to rule out or rule in some possible causes of death by doing that, and that reduces the number of autopsies that we have to do, which is better for the family and also better for the budget, though, by being able to avoid those those autopsies. The Randox machine, really one of the neatest things, I think. It was recently added, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, Tina. So really cool. A Randox machine tests a very small amount of blood for a bunch of different types of drugs, like 30 different drugs. So before we'd get a body in, if we thought there was drug-related, we would send a blood sample off to the state lab. 2 or 3 weeks later, we'd get the results back, and that would tell us if there was a high fentanyl in there, and so we knew that it was a death by that drug rather than a heart attack or something else. The Randox machine tests it immediately. So as soon as they bring the body in, they'll test that. It'll run through the machine in like 15 minutes, and if they get a hit on fentanyl, they can call the sheriff's office up and say, hey, don't release that scene yet. We're looking for fentanyl. Something happened there in their system. So they're able to process it so much faster. It provides such a better opportunity for the sheriff's department to get the right type of evidence needed then for that death. That blood still has to be sent off to the state crime lab for verification of it, but it's a great tool that we've implemented to make things so much more efficient by using the technologies that are available to us nowadays. Parks is another really good example. They've just implemented this. I think you all got your electronic park passes, but we've also installed electronic gates. So the electronic gates are going to do 2 things, really. Well, maybe 3. It allows the parks to be open longer. So earlier in the season, later in the season, when you're not waiting for high school or college students to be available to operate the access to the parks, and also earlier and later in the day. It reduces our labor costs then, because you're not having somebody just sitting there on a rainy day waiting for someone to want to come to the park. The electronic gate can be there to do that. And then it's also counting the vehicles as it comes in. The gates know how many parking stalls we have. And so when the number of parking stalls is full, it won't let anybody else in. So it's not going to overflow the lots. And so if you got in, there's a parking stall. You just have to find it somewhere. Unless somebody double parked. It doesn't know if somebody double parks, but it's a great system. And it's just another example of where we're trying to work smarter with the technologies that are available to us. One of the other things that St. Croix County does really well is we invest in our staff. You saw that we've added a lot of staff over the last decade. We've added those staff when needed and where needed. So we do that smartly to address the service issues that we have where it's most needed. We also invest in developing our staff for personal growth and promotion. If you look at a lot of the department heads that are behind me here, a lot of them were internal promotions that we developed them into the future leaders that they are now. And so I really like that. I really prefer hiring people that I know rather than somebody I don't know. And so I really appreciate the investment that we've made into our staff. We maintain a AA bond rating. There's only one rating higher, a AAA. You're never going to get there. You have to grow in population. You can ask me again maybe when we pass 250,000 in population if we can go to AAA. But AA really puts us at the upper end of the category of other counties' ratings. And then aggressive grant writing. Robbie had done in the Highway Department a traffic safety grant, which really helps identify the safety traffic issues in the county, but also sets us up for future grants because you're going to have that safety report in order to apply for the other grants. And then Shar with the Health and Human Services had written a grant to reopen the Kitty Roads. She did so well, I think they doubled the money they initially offered you. And so we were able to invest all that money into our healthcare campus, get the Kitty Roads reopened, and we have people in there right now. So those are things that we do really well. Some of the things that we've accomplished, I've talked about the building projects. So over the last decade, the county board that's been here has really positioned the county for the next 20 to 30 years very well. Other than the jail expansion, which is probably the last building project that we'll need for the next 20 years, I think we're really well suited. We've positioned ourselves for a Fifth Circuit Court branch. 1993, when this building was originally built, we had 2 circuit court judges. They built 4 courtrooms. So when we did the expansion just a couple years ago now, we went to 8 courtrooms. So we have enough space to add judges for the next 30 years, just like the growth that we've had over the past 30 years. And all of these building projects really improve the service delivery for the public. If you look at this room alone, compared to the old county boardroom setup, this provides for a better delivery of service to the public. The highway shop, its location, and the way it's laid out provides for better service delivery to the public that we serve. And so all of the things that we do, we're always looking at improving that service delivery, because service delivery is what we do. We've had support from the public. We had a public safety referendum a couple of years ago. I highlight this as an accomplishment because, as far as I know, I think we're the only county in the state of Wisconsin that has approved a levy limit increase for any reason. Ours was for public safety, where we added more deputies for the road, more deputies for the jail. We invested in diversion and other early intervention prevention programs that help reduce upstream cost. So I really appreciate the support of the public. We did that referendum to increase our levy limit, and the mill rates still continue to go down. So we're always managing that blend. So increases in debt, increases in levy limits, but still the mill rate, we continue to march downward. The healthcare campus, we've managed that to a point now where it's profitable. Prior to 2016, its expansion project, the healthcare campus was subsidized at times by the tax levy. So from that point forward, we've been able to manage the healthcare campus without any tax levy dollars subsidizing the operation of it. And we're even to the point now where the healthcare campus is starting to contribute to the debt service. So we got about 10 more years of debt payments, but they're now contributing to those, that debt service also. So that's a really big accomplishment for our healthcare campus. And then structuring debt smartly. We talked about this, that $7.5 million of the Hudson Highway Shop. We blended that whole debt issue in without any increase to the debt service rate. All right, so what items still need to be done? If you look at the big picture items here, if you look at recruitment and retention, you know, our proximity to the Twin Cities is to our benefit. It also has its challenges, though. There's a lot of good jobs across the river, and we're competing for the same workers as they are. If you're looking at accountants, HR, if you're looking at custodians, any position what we have, there's similar positions across the river, and so we're competing with those. So that's always a challenge. The state of Wisconsin levy limits, as I mentioned, we're limited by that net new construction, which is under the inflation rate, which makes things challenging. Inflation affecting, 46% of our operating cost, growing at a faster rate than we can bring revenues in, means that we're continually looking at ways to tweak things, ways to work smarter with the technologies that we have to stay within the limits that we have. Insurance premiums, if you look at these, all these items have been around for a decade or more. Insurance premiums normally meant health insurance premiums. It's not just health insurance anymore. Our auto insurance renewal is just off the charts, 30% each of the last 2 years. I mean, it's crazy high, and I think we need to do something with that, but we really have some limits on what our options are. And then federal cuts that could impact our services. The SNAP benefits is a great example of that. The federal government's changing how they're administering it. The administration of that is a trickle down to us. So what the federal government does doesn't impact us on day one. The federal government impacts the state government. The state government then, depending on how they handle it, can impact us. So federal government money goes to state government comes to county. At any point in the process, they can go, well, we're not going to give you more. You're just going to have to do more with less money. So those are always challenges that are constantly changing what we have to do and what we have to adopt to. adapt to. And then specific challenges that we have. So we have an aging population, and that changes service demands. If you look at our child protective cases, those numbers are down, and that's great. We've done a great job of managing that and getting those down. But our adult protective services are way up then. And so, you get a little relief here and you get more pressure over there. And so an aging population, and we're going to continue to see that probably for the next 20 years, is a service demand change that we have to address. So we have to be flexible enough to shift our resources to those areas where the service demand is. Groundwater nitrates. About 10 years ago, and I think Supervisor Hansen's maybe one of the ones that can remember this, because I think he was probably chair of that committee when we started it, but they commissioned a study of groundwater. So they studied that for a year and a half or so, and they really came up with, well, nitrates. We think there's a problem with nitrates, but we didn't have enough data to really define that or address how big of a problem it was. So they said, well, we need to start collecting data. So we've been collecting data now for a good 5, 6, 7 years. We have a lot of data built up. I think we can fairly clearly define what the problem is, where the problem is, probably even what some of the source is for that, but we haven't really said how we're going to fix that. All right, so that's your problem now. You guys have to decide that. But we have a lot of data, we have some ideas, but that's the next step is, okay, what are we going to do about it now? So the solution is in your term on this county board is going to be one of those solutions. If you haven't heard about this Excel solar facility, anybody not hear about it? All right. That's still up in the air. As of today, they have still not filed with the PSC, which is a little surprising. They originally talked to us February of 2025, and they said, well, by summer, we're going to file with the PSC. And then they said, well, we're going to delay that till the end of the year. And now here it is, the middle of April, and they still haven't filed with the PSC. So I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if it's still on, if it's not still on. But if it is, that's going to be an issue that this county board is going to address. Jail capacity and timing of that expansion project. So the jail has a capacity. They have a certain number of beds. It's, I don't know, 180, somewhere around there, 160 to 180 beds in the jail. You really, though, only run at about 80% of the capacity of that as a recommendation. So the state's going to tell you anytime you exceed 80% of your capacity, you start to get crowding. When you start to get crowding, you start to get other issues. When you get other issues, you get injured sheriff's deputies or inmates, and that's not what we want to see. So you end up with issues over 80%. Our jail numbers have consistently been getting close to that. Every once in a while, we will hit over that 80% right now. But the timing of it is, you need to tell me 3 years in advance of when that jail is going to open. So if you say, okay, it's a problem, fix it. Okay, well, that fix is now 3 years away. So you have to know beforehand when to pull the trigger to do that project. And so as we look at this, it's a big project. I know that there's another blip on that chart that goes up. It's a matter, though, of when you tell me to do it, because if you told me this year in 2026 to do it, in 2029, the new jail cells would be available for use. And so it's a timing issue, and that's what we need to study. But really, we need to decide right now. It's been on the radar for a couple of years coming up in 2027, and we need to determine whether that's still the course that we want to take. All right, so at this point, the future's in your hands. I've laid out all of the issues that we have, some of the things that we've done really well. I do want to just take a moment and thank you for your leadership that you're going to provide, because we're going to make you provide it. So beforehand, thank you for that leadership. I want to thank all the department heads that are sitting behind me. It's really their service and dedication that make all of this happen. We create the plan. I tell them to go do it, and that's really my whole job. And then a few things other. But they're the ones that implement that then. They're the ones that go out. They're the ones that are doing that. We have the best team here. That's probably the other St. Croix County way, is the great department heads that we have. And then the support of the community. You saw the referendum that we had a few years ago. We have great support of the community. I think they're behind us in what we do here at the county, which is a testament to the great leadership that the county board has been providing. So together, we're going to continue to work to make the county better. So thank you. Any questions on any of the stuff that I highlighted?
Wow, no questions.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you, Administrator Witt, for that very thoughtful presentation. We're going to break in just a minute for lunch. But I will say that I think Ken has gotten quite a reputation among his peers and throughout Wisconsin for his financial acumen. He just pointed out some of the things that have kept us on the straight and narrow, some of the options we've got in front of us. Ken was featured in the Wisconsin Counties magazine recently, writing a major article on how counties finance themselves and some options they've got for setting priorities. And I think I'm certain it took me at least a year or two or maybe three before I truly understood how the income came in and what the tax levies meant, what the restrictions were, how we went to referendum, all those sorts of things. And so for our new members, I just say feel free to call on Ken because he will give you a 101 tutorial. He's really good at it, and he's really trustworthy. And I think we've all found that over the past number of years. So thank you, Administrator Witt. And with that, if lunch is ready, we will break for lunch for a half an hour and reconvene at 12:30. And we've got an exciting topic then, parliamentary procedure. So we're on break.
Great, thank you. And feel free to interact with the department heads and introduce yourselves to them over the lunch period here.
Good job.
Here's what I'm going to be proposing. Our first meeting is May 7th. We don't have could kind of get their top off their drinks and grab their seats, get rid of their luncheon plates, that sort of thing. So we'll get underway in about a minute. Presentation is again by Corporate Counsel Heather Amos on parliamentary procedure. And then we'll have presentations on the standing committee assignment process, our open records law, and our public records and practices. I don't want to cut off any discussion. We could have a ton of questions on parliamentary procedure for sure. But my goal is that we complete our business by 2 o'clock. If we don't, we'll just continue. So we're not going to cut anything off. But that's our goal for planning purposes. And if people have to leave, because I know this is an extended meeting, feel free to adjourn. We'll catch you up on anything you may have missed. Okay, Corporate Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Chair Fiedler. So I am going to talk to you about Robert's Rules of Order and running effective meetings. First, in your stuff from the Wisconsin Counties Association, there's this little card. Oops, there's this little card. And I bring this card with me still to every county board meeting. It just helps to remind you of what motions require a second, what motions can be debated, what motions can be amended, and the vote requirement. So it is a nice handy card to bring with. You're not required to memorize this stuff. That's what I'm for, but it is a helpful card. Okay, so the objective of the parliamentary procedure or Robert's Rules of Order is to facilitate the smooth functioning of the governmental body and to provide a firm basis for resolving questions of procedure. Parliamentary procedures in St. Croix County follow Robert's Rules of Order. And then Article 3, Section D of the current rules of the Board of Supervisors sets. Do I need to get closer? Usually people tell me I'm too loud. Okay, I will talk closer to the mic, thank you. Article 3, Section D of the Rules of the Board of Supervisors sets forth the procedures of meetings of the county board. And then if it's not addressed in the rules of the county board, then Robert's Rules of Order governs all rules not stated within those rules. There are some statutory sections that cannot be overruled by either Robert's Rules of Order or the rules of the board. Those are the open meetings law in Wisconsin Statute Chapter 19. And then there are a few things that require a supermajority vote. So if the board wants to make a budget amendment, that is 2/3 of the entire membership of the board. Or if you want to issue debt, that's 3/4 of the entire membership of the board need to vote yes to issue debt. So here are some rules that we follow here. You should avoid the use of supervisors' names, first names, whenever possible. The board chair should not be referred to by name. The board chair will speak of himself or herself in the third person. And avoid mentioning another supervisor's name when the person can be described in another way, such as Supervisor Smith, supervisor from District 13. And this is just to show respect to your fellow colleagues. When to speak. So a supervisor does not speak without first having addressed the board chair and obtained the floor. In this county, we do that by raising your hand, and then the board chair will call on you. The supervisor has not obtained the floor until you are recognized by the board chair. Make sure when you are speaking, after you've been called upon, that you address all the remarks through the board chair, not to the entire county board, not to the gallery behind me, or not to TV cameras. Supervisors should not address one another directly. Direct your questions to other supervisors through the board chair. For example, if a supervisor wants to ask another supervisor a question, they would say, "Board chair, I would like to ask the supervisor from District 8 XYZ." So the duties of the chair. All persons at a meeting have an obligation to obey the presiding officer, which is the board chair. The board chair shall enforce the rules related to debate, order, and decorum. And the board chair shall remind supervisors to confine their remarks to the merits of the agenda if someone gets off topic. So debate on the question. So when you are discussing an item on the agenda, make sure your remarks are germane to the agenda item or the motion before the county board. We would ask that you maintain courteous tone and should avoid interjecting a personal tone into the debate. Again, you don't have to agree with each other. We don't expect all 19 of you to agree with each other, but have those disagreements in a courteous way. The board chair, if he or she wishes to speak on an agenda item, they must relinquish the chair position, and then the vice chair will run the meeting for that agenda item. And the board chair should not return to their position until the pending question is disposed of. This is just for the county board. With small boards and committees and your standing committees, the chair of that committee can engage in debate. Go ahead. Yes, can you turn your microphone on and repeat that question, please?
And I speak with a microphone all the time. Can you give an example of how they would relinquish the chair so we can see that?
Yes. So this did happen once in the last year when we were discussing the county administrator's contract. So basically the board chair would say, "I'm relinquishing my position as the chair so I can engage in debate." And then the vice chair would take over, calling on people to complete the discussion on that agenda item. Once the motion or item has been resolved, the voting is done, then the chair would just resume the meeting. He doesn't need to physically leave or go into the audience to relinquish the chair. He just can't run the meeting during that agenda item. So business is brought through a motion by a supervisor. So you heard at the beginning that Chair Fiedler asked for a motion to approve the appointments of the HHS board. So all items are brought to the floor, the board floor, by a motion. So that's a formal proposal to take action. The only item that brings business before the county board is that main motion. There are many other parliamentary motions that can be made, but none of those motions can be made until that agenda item is on the board floor. So in the county board meetings, all agenda items have to be brought forward by motion. So the board chair will say, "We're on business item number 1, resolution to approve XYZ. Can I have a motion?" County board supervisor will raise their hand and say, "I make a motion to approve the resolution for XYZ." Then there has to be a second, then there'll be discussion. So that's how every item is brought to the county board floor, is through a motion. It's kind of what I just said, but supervisor must obtain the floor when there's no other questions pending. And before you make the motion, make sure you're called upon by the chair. And normal practice is for once the motion has been made and seconded, and after there's been discussion, the board chair will repeat the motion so that all supervisors know what motion is on the board floor at that time. This becomes important when there's a main motion and then someone makes a motion to amend. It's really important for the supervisors to know what they're voting on. You may preface the motion with a few words of explanation. If possible, I would recommend not doing that. Just make the motion, and then whatever you need to discuss can be brought up during the discussion period. The board chair may assist a supervisor in framing the motion. If the board chair needs assistance, he can call upon the Corporation Counsel as the parliamentarian to assist. This is important. So once you make a motion, it cannot be withdrawn. So sometimes people make a motion and then they're like, "Oh no, I really don't want to make that motion. I'm withdrawing that." You can't do that. Once the motion is made, it belongs to the board as a whole. And so there either has to be a second. If there's no second, then the motion will die. So this happens sometimes. You think you want to make a motion and then there's some discussion and then you're like, "I don't want that motion to be there anymore." It's too late. It's already in The board owns the motion now, and so there has to be a vote on it. Discussion on an issue is permitted in regards to the specific motion. Until a matter is brought before the county board in the form of the motion, it cannot be debated. And again, your standing committees are different. So in a standing committee, the chair of the committee can bring up the agenda item. You can have half an hour, 2 hours of discussion prior to the motion being brought. So it's different at the standing committees because it's a smaller committee. You have more chance to not be as formal in the standing committees, and so that's why you're able to discuss the item before a motion is made. As the maker of the motion, you may vote against it, but you may not speak against your motion. So if you make a motion to approve a resolution, and then you hear some discussion and you're like, oh, wait a second, I don't actually agree with my own motion. You can't speak against your motion, but you can vote against your motion. So even if you make a motion, you can still vote no on it. Maybe somebody's discussion changed your mind about whether or not you wanted to vote yes on that item. So a supervisor who makes a motion is entitled to be recognized first, and no one is entitled to the floor a second time if a supervisor who has not spoken desires the floor. Sometimes this doesn't happen in practice. Oftentimes it's because who the chair sees is raising their hand. Someone might speak a second time before someone else, but we really try to make sure every supervisor has a chance to speak before someone speaks a second time. Okay, so if you want to end the debate, it's been 3 hours, you don't want to hear a discussion anymore. You don't say, I'm on to call the question. That's pre-Robert's rules. The proper way is to make a motion to close the debate, and then somebody would second that motion, and a 2/3 vote is required. So sometimes if people have been discussing an item for a very long time, a supervisor will make a motion to close the debate, especially if it's just now people are repeating themselves, but a 2/3 vote is required to end the debate, which is different than most votes are a majority. So a motion to table and a motion to postpone, typically we use motions to postpone more often. So a motion to table is to set aside a matter without designating when to take it up again. It doesn't kill the item, but it just tables it for another date and time. So if you need more information or other matters need more attention and you just can't get to that on the agenda, you can make a motion to table. A motion to postpone is used more frequently. So a motion to postpone either to a definite time. So I make a motion to postpone this agenda item for 2 months, and that could be to gather more information. But if you make a motion to postpone indefinitely, that is so that item is never addressed again. So if you want to kill an item, you make a motion to postpone it indefinitely, and a majority vote, it kills the item, it doesn't get rescheduled. Points of order. So when a supervisor believes something incorrect is happening, a supervisor can raise their hand and say, I would like to make a point of order. The point of order goes to the chair. The chair determines whether or not the point of order, how it is resolved, I should say. You can't make a point of order if something has already been addressed. So let's say we're an hour into a meeting and you want to make a point of order of something somebody did an hour ago. It's waived once we get past that point, unless it violates a law, like a statute, or a fundamental procedural rule. If you believe that the board chair ruled incorrectly on the point of order, you can make a motion to appeal the chair's decision. That motion would require a second, and it is debatable. It takes precedent over anything that is currently pending on the board floor. And the board chair can concede the issue before a vote is taken. Again, this is regarding motions. After a motion is made and seconded, an amendment or withdrawal of the motion is only allowed through the entire county board. So under Robert's Rules of Order, you can't make a friendly amendment, and a motion cannot be withdrawn once it's made. So if you want to change something that's in the motion, you would say, I make a motion to amend the resolution to add language to lines 14 through 16. Then that amendment has to be voted on first by the county board. Once that amendment is resolved, then we go back to the main motion. Also, you cannot make amendments on amendments. So if there's a motion to amend pending, you can't make another motion to amend. You have to vote on that first motion to amend, and then a supervisor can make a new motion to amend. Sometimes it gets a little chaotic because people want to change numerous things, but that's why the chair and the parliamentarian are here to help move the board along. Okay, request for future agenda items. So you will see this on every agenda at the end. When a supervisor makes a request under future agenda items, try to keep your request short and specific. The reason we ask you to do this is because if you go into detail about the request, it could be a violation of the open meetings law because it's not an item on the agenda. But you don't need to be highly specific because a department head or Administrator Witt will follow up with you after the meeting to obtain specific details about the request. So how this usually comes about in practice is under future agenda items, a supervisor will say, I would like the county board to address groundwater issues. And then typically the board chair would say, I'm going to refer this to Community Development Committee as the standing committee. But you don't need to go into a long detail about why you want to discuss water quality issues because that can be obtained through the department head or the administrator after the meeting. So we'll talk a little bit again about the standing committee process versus county board. During a county board meeting, an item on the agenda can only be brought to the floor if there's a motion and a second. But in a standing committee, you can discuss the item prior to the motion and second being made. Supervisors may have discussion on an agenda item without a pending motion. There's no time limits. The standing committee chair can make motions and participate in discussion without relinquishing the chair position, which again is different than the full county board. Motion to adjourn is not required if all business on the agenda has been addressed. So typically, this county board gets through all the agenda items, and then we don't need a formal motion to adjourn in a second. We just say we have finished all the agenda items, therefore the meeting is adjourned. A motion not to adjourn, if a supervisor feels like we haven't addressed everything on the agenda, a supervisor can make a motion not to adjourn, but that requires a second and a 2/3 vote to pass. Motions to adjourn can be made at any time during the meeting except when there is a vote being taken on a motion. So this rule is in place so people can't halt action that the board is in the midst of trying to decide. So if you're trying to vote on passing a resolution, someone can't make a motion to adjourn in the middle of the discussion on that motion. So that was a high-level overview of Robert's Rules of Order. It's a very thick book. I don't expect anybody to memorize it. I surely haven't. But does anybody have any questions about Robert's Rules of Order or processes for county board meetings or standing committees? I'm sure something will come up in a meeting. And again, Chair Fiedler can assist. I can assist if he calls on me. So it takes a little practice. All right, so the next item is standing committees assignments. So I'm going to get that up. Okay. So standing committees and assignment process. This is a short presentation. There are standing committees, and then those standing committees have designated departments. So I'm just going to go through them in order, and then afterwards we'll go on to the next agenda item where you'll get to meet these department heads. So the administration committee, their designated departments are corporation counsel, county administrator, county clerk, county treasurer, facilities, finance, human resources, and information technology. The community development committee, designated departments are community development, register of deeds, and UW extension. Health and Human Services Board designated departments are the Health and Human Services Department, the Healthcare Campus, and Veteran Services. Public Protection and Judiciary designated departments are the Child Support Agency, the Circuit Court, the Clerk of Court, District Attorney's Office, Emergency Support Services, Justice Support Services, Medical Examiner, and the Sheriff's Office. And transportation committees are, designated departments are Highway Department and the County Surveyor. So pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 5918-2C, the county administrator shall appoint all members of the Health and Human Services Board, subject to confirmation by the county board. The Health and Human Services Board is made up of 9 total members, 6 county board supervisors, and 3 citizen members. The other standing committees have 5 supervisors. These standing committee members are appointed by the county board chair. Each supervisor will be appointed to at least one standing committee, and no supervisor shall be a member of more than 2 standing committees. So what this means practically is there are only 7 county board supervisors that would be on 2 committees, because you have to be on at least one, but not more than 2. And again, those appointments, except for the HHS board, will be made by the chair. So this is where we're at right now at the organizational meeting. County board elects the chair and vice chair. Then you confirm the county administrator's appointments to the HHS board. And then within 5 days of this meeting, the chair shall appoint the members of the administration, community development, public protection and judiciary, and transportation committees. Each standing committee shall self-organize. What that means is the county board chair will direct the county clerk or her designee to be the convener of the initial standing committee meeting. And at the first meeting, each standing committee shall elect its own chair and vice chair. Similar to how we did it today, except you can choose to do secret ballots or not do secret ballots. It's a lot smaller committee, but you would take nominations for the chair position. That would be voted on. Once the chair is appointed, then take nominations on the vice chair, and that person would be elected. And the convener is to conduct the initial meeting of the standing committee with the assistance of the county administrator until the chair is selected. So that was a very short presentation, but that leads on to our next agenda item, which I'll turn over to the chair. I suppose I should just stay up here.
Yeah, at this point, Chairman Fiedler, we'd like to introduce the different department heads. And what we'll do is we'll give you just a brief background. Each department head will tell you the types of things that they might bring to that standing committee, so that once you know which standing committee you're appointed on to, you'll have an idea of the types of issues that you might see on a regular basis. So Administration Committee, if everyone can come up from administration. It's one of the bigger ones. I'll start off. As county administrator, I bring forward the budget. We'll have financial policies that we'll bring, insurance matters. A lot of the insurance I deal with directly, so insurance matters we'll bring forward. And then county administrator's performance. If I notice any issues with that, I'll bring that forward to you. Okay, so that was a little bit of a joke, but you do evaluate the performance and recommend to the county board. Who's up next? Heather?
Yes. So I bring to the administration committee Heather Amos, Corporation Counsel. I've worked for the county for about 24 years, 4 years as the Corporation Counsel. I bring to the administration committee typically resolutions and ordinances. One of the things that administration reviews is the rules of the Board of Supervisors. So that will be brought forward in this next year to address modification to those rules. And that is primarily, besides the budget, what I bring forward to the administration committee.
I think I met most of you earlier, but Audrey Haycraft, HR Director. So human resources is all personnel-related matters. So typically dealing with budget and compensation. So regrades or reclassifications of positions, new positions, if there's special compensation mid-year requests, and what else? Benefits, so anything for health plan design, typically once a year at the end, towards the end of the year, health plan design and premium adjustments.
Hello, my name is Dustin Hawkins. I'm the finance director. I've been with the county for a little over 4 years, a little over half of that as finance director. I will bring the financial reports. I'll provide them for all of the committee meetings, and then present at the admin, as well as our capital improvement budget and the budget, bring that forward as well.
Hello, Taylor Mabus, Facilities Director. I've been with the county for 12 years now and as the director for 2 or 3. I'd bring anything building related, mainly projects, updates on the projects, and the finances of the projects.
Good afternoon. I'm Denise Anderson, County Treasurer. I've been with the county for, I think, almost 11 years. I've been the treasurer for 7 or 8. Primarily, I'm bringing our budget, of course, just like everyone else, and tax deed properties. So those are presented to you from our clerk typically, because in St. Croix County, although we acquire those properties through tax deed, the clerk is tasked with selling them. So she will usually present those, but they're coming in directly from our department.
I'm John Allegro. I am the IT director for St. Croix County. I've been here almost 12 years. June will be 12 years. We don't bring a whole lot to the committees, but we do provide support for projects that are IT-based, and there's IT in almost every project nowadays. So yeah, if you have any questions, reach out.
Hello again. I'm Christine Hines, County Clerk. I've been with the county for a little bit over 4 years. I mainly bring, aside from my budgets, 3 things to the admin committee. Approval of resolutions altering county supervisory district lines due to annexations within the towns, village, and cities, and to set values on tax deed properties that are assessed at a value over $50,000, and then the acceptance of bids received for tax deed properties.
All right. Public Protection Judiciary. That group wants to come up to the mic.
My name is Scott Knutson. I'm the sheriff for St. Croix County. I'm in my 31st year with the office. We'll have a couple large projects that we'll discuss. One will be the jail, as Ken had mentioned, expansion, but also there's going to be a radio infrastructure project. There's 130 individuals under the umbrella of the sheriff's office with patrol, courts, investigations, the dispatch center, and the front office. So there'll be a number of different things. Public protection will be doing an annual jail inspection by statute that will go through there, as well as some of the fees and maintenance schedule that is put forth will be something else that comes before the Public Protection Judiciary. Thank you.
Oh, Sheriff, just real quick, was it last year or the year before that you were the Sheriff of the Year?
2024, thank you.
So it's been 2 years, all right. Very good.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks.
I'm Carl Anderson. I'm the district attorney. I've been in the district attorney's office for 10 years, first 5 as an assistant DA and last 5 as the elected DA. Generally, public protection, it's more budgetary stuff for my office or kind of overarching things that affect public protection or criminal justice related. So, we talked the big discussions when we went from a law enforcement model of bond monitoring to civilian model. So things like that, kind of those overarching policy things. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tina Forrest. I am your local friendly medical examiner. I have been with the county going on 7 years. This is my 2nd year as chief. So I bring to the Public Protection Judiciary Committee public health trends. Obviously, medical examiner, I'm deemed with anything under state statute 979. She determines reportable deaths. So I correlate those with public health trends and get those off to public health to assist them as well.
Hello, I'm Lisa Plunkett. I'm the administrator of the Child Support Agency. I've been in the county for 20 years and administrator for 8 years. I don't bring a whole lot to the Public Protection Judiciary Committee. However, we do have a lot of cooperative agreements with other departments, so part of the budget would be outlined at those meetings, and any performance measures or changes in the federal or state guidelines for child support.
Good afternoon. I'm Christy Severson, Clerk of Court. I will complete my 32nd year at the Clerk of Court in May, 12 years as the elected Clerk of Court. We also don't bring a lot of stuff to the Public Protection Committee. Mostly it's informational questions that they have asked from the courts to provide to them. So usually it's just big ticket items like the amount that we have to spend on foreign language interpreters. Is one of the big things. Staffing and recruitment has been a big issue in prior years. This year, a couple of years, it's been relatively stable. Also, the county board sets our juror reimbursement, so that might be coming up in the next few months or so. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Phil Golly, Director of Justice Support Services. I've been with the county and as a director for about 4 years now. We're a relatively newer department. We've been around for about 5 years. A lot of the work that we'll bring forward to public protection will be collaborative in nature. So whether it's regarding the adult treatment court, the pretrial division, or community justice collaborating council, those will be some of the items that you'll see us bringing forward. Thanks.
All right, Community Development Committee.
Good afternoon. Jason Cheezit, Community Development Director. So we bring to the Community Development Committee a lot of conditional use permits, which are a zoning application for a lot of new businesses within the county. Also, any zoning changes or rezones go to the committee. And then we've got just general oversight on the groundwater monitoring program that our Land and Water Department does, as well as the Land and Water Management Plan, which does a lot with the BMPs. And then also just general oversight on parks and the capital projects and that are going on in parks. And then also our solid waste and recycling collection events go before the committee.
My name is Megan Blitz. I work for Beth Pabst. She was unable to be here today, so I'm here for her. We would bring forward information on our budget and any resolutions that we may have going forward.
Register of Deeds. You're a Register of Deeds?
Yes.
Yep.
I am Kara Aubert. I'll be honest, was not planning to speak today. That would be on my area director, Carrie Weiss, who's not here at the moment. But I am an educator for UW Extension here in St. Croix County. For what we bring to the board, I'm not entirely sure. That's not what I would do. But I suppose, our budget would be the top one. Ken can probably fill you in with what else we do. I'm more here just to see all the new faces. So thank you. Nice to meet you. If you have any questions, let me know and I'll pass them on to Carrie.
Very good, thank you. Next up is the Health and Human Services Board. And Phil Landgraf is the Veteran Service Officer. He had another appointment he had to get back to serve one of the veterans, so they would report to the Health and Human Services Board. And he doesn't bring much to the board, usually just budgetary items.
Well, good afternoon and congratulations to everyone. My name is Bob Rarrett. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services. And Char Lopez was here earlier. She's our Deputy Director. But I wanted to also welcome Supervisors Shirley Carter and McIntosh to the HHS Board and all of the other returning supervisors. Just a quick overview of the HHS committee, a couple of things that I don't think that Heather touched on. One is that the HHS board also serves as the local health board pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 25103. So the HHS board provides policy direction to the public health division within HHS as well. I'm skipping down here, so I'm quick, but typically the HHS board hosts, or not typically, every year it hosts a public participation, usually in June, where the residents of St. Croix County can come and give input on the HHS budget. That'll take place again in June of this year. We may bring resolutions or ordinances forward to the board for support to move forward to the county board. A couple of examples of that would be a resolution within the last year authorizing a transfer of some opioid settlement funds to continue the Recovering Together cafes at the services center. Another was a resolution supporting state investments for income maintenance administration. This pertains to what Ken mentioned earlier about reduction in federal funding to the SNAP program and the state contributing dollars to make up that difference. The board will approve or review and have input on our monthly budgets as well as our annual budget. And the Council on Aging and Disabilities, or COAD, committee reports to the HHS board. The role of the Council on Aging and Disabilities identifies needs of seniors and adults with disabilities and recommends services that meet those needs. And that committee meets at the Services Center once a month as well. It's a big department, and you'll get an overview of everything that we do when you see our annual report in the near future. So that's all I had for today, unless you had questions.
Thank you, Bob. And last up is the Transportation Committee, which is just Robbie.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Rob Croix. I am the Highway Commissioner for St. Croix County. I've been with the county 9 years. You are going to touch anything and all things policy related to our approximately 334 centerline miles of county highway and another 660 lane miles of state highway. So any policy issue driven by those miles, which include anything from potholes to how we manage utilities within the public right-of-way, will be at our committee. So welcome. I look forward to working with each of you.
All right, that wraps that portion up, Chair. And I think open meeting laws with Corporation Counsel Amos is next.
Okay, only 2 presentations left to go, but only one, you'll have to listen to me. So we're going to talk about, for agenda items 7 and 8, are open meetings law and public records and best practices, all which fall within Chapter 19 of the statutes. But let me get the presentation up here. Okay, so the policy of Wisconsin is that the public is entitled to the fullest and most complete information regarding the affairs of government, as it is compatible with the conduct of government business. The open meetings law found in Chapter 19 does require that all meetings of all state and local governmental bodies shall be publicly held in places reasonably accessible to members of the public and shall be open to all citizens at all times unless otherwise expressly provided by law. So when does it apply? It applies to every meeting of a governmental body, and all provisions must be liberally construed to achieve the purpose of open government. So what you should take away from this presentation is that we should be as transparent and open as possible for the citizens of the county. So what is a governmental body? So it is defined in statute as a state or local agency, board, commission, committee, council, Department of Public Body, Corporate, and Politic, created by Constitution, statute, ordinance, rule, or order. So virtually any collective governmental entity, including purely advisory bodies, are considered governmental bodies. So the county board and subcommittees or standing committees are all considered governmental bodies under the statute. There was a case in 2017, Kruger versus Appleton Area School District Board of Education, which clarified the definition of governmental body. So Appleton Area School District had a committee. It was the Communication Arts Materials Review Committee, and they were not holding their meetings in open session for the public to attend. So Kruger filed a lawsuit indicating that there was a violation of the open meetings law, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled that that committee, although it was advisory, was a governmental body that needed to hold their meetings in open session. As a result of that decision from 2017, counties were required to go through all of their committees and commissions and bodies that met to make sure that we were following the open meetings law. So what is a meeting? So a meeting is the convening of members of a governmental body for the purpose of exercising responsibilities, authority, power, or duties delegated to or vested in the body. So there's a case called Showers, and the Showers test that came out of that case is that it is a meeting when 1, there is a purpose to engage in governmental business, and 2, the number of members present is sufficient to determine the governmental body's course of action. So if half or more of the members of a governmental body are present, the meeting is rebuttably presumed to be for the purpose of exercising the responsibilities, authority, power, or duties delegated to or vested in the body. So you'll see that when you go on your tour of St. Croix County, if there will be more than 10 members going at the same time, the clerk will publish an agenda item indicating there may be a quorum of the county board. Although there will be no agenda items except for touring the county, it's important for the public to know what the governmental body is doing when it meets. So the showers test is, 1, the purpose to engage in governmental business. So any formal or informal action on matters within the governmental body's realm of authority. This includes discussion, decision, or information gathering. And the second part of the test is the numbers of members present. So if the number of members present either has the power to control the course of action in the affirmative or to defeat the action, that would be a violation of the open meetings law. A negative quorum is what is called when you are trying to defeat the action. That's the number of members sufficient in size to defeat a course of action. So for example, the administration committee is 5 members. If 3 of those members were to get together, that would be a quorum, either to affirmatively pass something or negatively to defeat it. So if there is 3 of you on the administration committee, you should not get together for breakfast, because there could be allegations that you're discussing governmental business. Now, that's not the purpose of your meeting, but if you're discussing things that are on an agenda, an upcoming agenda, that could be a violation of the open meetings law. Technology has really given us a chance to violate the open meetings law even more. Telephone conferences, video conferences, virtual meetings, chat rooms, instant messaging, they can all become a meeting if certain conditions are met. So email features like reply all or forward make it possible for a message to be instantaneously transmitted to enough supervisors to create a quorum. That's why you will see, if you get emails from Clerk Hines or myself, I will blind copy all of you, so no one can inadvertently reply all. I don't want to make it easier for the open meetings laws to be violated. So when I send an email to you, it might be titled County Board Supervisors, but I will blind copy all of you so that you cannot inadvertently reply all. Yes.
One thing that happens sometimes is that we'll get public comment from people and they'll send it to everyone on the board. So you have to watch those too, that when you reply, you must just reply to that singular constituent.
Yes, that's a very good example because the County Board Supervisors have been receiving a lot of public comment via email in the past year or so. And it's very important not to inadvertently create a violation of the open meetings law. The purpose of the open meetings law is so those discussions are held on the board floor. So the democratic process is that all of you, give your input on an agenda item, and that's not done behind closed doors where the citizens can't hear or see what you're talking about. So in that instance, Supervisor Leaf is correct. You can reply to that constituent, but only reply to that constituent. Do not click reply all and include all the county board supervisors. A walking quorum is a series of gatherings among separate groups of members, each less than a quorum size, who agree to act uniformly in sufficient number to reach a quorum. So walking quorums produce a predetermined outcome and may render publicly held meetings a mere formality. Again, we don't want that. The public wants to hear the discussions on the agenda item. So if Supervisor Leaf talks to Supervisor Rice, who then at a different meeting talks to Supervisor Delaney, that would create a walking quorum if all of them agree in some format to vote a certain way on an agenda item. So we want to avoid walking quorums and have those discussions on the board floor. So notice is very important, and the county clerk makes sure that notices are published according to statute. Every meeting shall be preceded by public notice at least 24 hours in advance of a meeting, unless there's good cause for such notice, if it's impossible or impractical. In no case may there be less than 2 hours notice, and that would be in an absolute emergency. We typically give notice well in advance of 24 hours. I think it's important for the public to know when meetings are scheduled and what's on the agenda, and that meets the policy purpose of the statutes. So the notice must give excuse me, the time, date, place, and subject matter of the meeting, including that intended for consideration and any contemplated closed session. And that's so you can reasonably apprise the members and the public and the news media of what is going to be on the agenda. If a subject or topic was not specifically noticed, the governmental body cannot engage in discussion on that item. The statute, when it says reasonably likely to apprise members of the public of what we're going to talk about, that's why some of our agenda items are so long in title. We can't just say, discuss the sheriff's office. That's too vague. We would need to say discussion of adding deputies to the patrol staff. So it needs to be reasonably specific so that the public knows if they should come or not and why it's important for them to come to the meetings and be informed. Also, all meetings shall be publicly held in places reasonably accessible to members of the public and should be open to the citizens at all times unless there's a closed meeting. So the open meetings law also grants citizens the right to tape record or videotape or audio record meetings as long as doing so does not disrupt the meetings. As you know, all our meetings are televised, live streamed, but people also have the right to come in here and record, and we can't hinder their ability to do that unless it disrupts the meeting. The open meetings law also permits, but does not require, a governmental body to set aside a portion of the meeting as a public comment period. And those rules regarding public comment that this county board has adopted are in the rules. We very rarely go into closed session. Again, that's part of the policy of open government, and people have the right to know what the government is discussing. But there are 11 reasons why the county board could go into closed session. The most common is to confer with legal counsel with respect to litigation, or when we are discussing the union contract. Those are reasons that we go into closed session here in St. Croix County. And there are very specific rules when going into closed session. First, the body must convene an open session. The governmental body must pass by a motion and a second to convene in closed session. So if there's not a majority vote to go into closed session, then we cannot do so. Before voting on whether to go into closed session, the chair must announce and record in open session the nature of the business to be discussed and the specific statutory exemption which is claimed. And needs to be more than just stating the statute. You have to state the statute and then detail what it is you're going into closed session about. So an example would be going into closed session pursuant to a certain statute under 19.85 to discuss the union contract. So it has to be specific about what the body's going into closed session about. Any voting that may be done on the agenda item needs to be done in open session unless that would compromise the need for closed session. So both the Attorney General and the St. Croix County District Attorney have the statutory authority to enforce the open meetings law. The statutory language indicates that the District Attorney has an authority to enforce the open meetings law only after an individual files a verified open meetings law complaint with him. So verified means that it has to be notarized, so you have to attest and have someone notarize your signature so the person that's signing it is not using somebody else's name to submit the violation. If the DA refuses to commence an open meetings law enforcement action or fails to act, then the individual who filed the complaint has the right to bring the action in the name of the state as a lawsuit. A court may void any action taken at a meeting held in violation of the open meetings law. So let's say we did not publicly notice the November annual meeting correctly. If we did so, someone could file a complaint and say, all that action must be voided because notice wasn't given. And that's a concern because that's the meeting we adopt the budget. So we are always very careful to make sure the agendas go out in a timely manner, well in advance of the statutory 24-hour requirement. So any member of a governmental body who knowingly attends a meeting held in violation of the open meetings law is subject to a forfeiture of between $25 and $300 and may be required to pay attorney's fees. One way that you all can avoid liability is by asking me whether or not it would be a violation. So if you ask for my advice and I tell you, no, you are fine, that's not a violation of the open meetings law, and someone files a complaint against you, one of your defenses is that you attended on the advice of legal counsel. So when in doubt, don't go. But if you do want to go and you think, oh, I don't know if this is a violation of the open meetings law, just call me. As Supervisor Fiedler indicated, your conversations with me are attorney-client privilege. So I cannot disclose any discussion that I have in private with Supervisor Telejohn about a question regarding the open meetings law. So that is all held in confidence. Any questions about the open meetings laws? Yes, go ahead.
You just had mentioned about the 24 hours notice of agendas to the media and to the boards. County board is a little different because that's 7 days, so that does come out 7 days before the meeting. I just wanted to point
Yes,
that
so
out.
the statute is 24 hours, but our local rules of the Board of Supervisors do say 7 days. And the reason why the county board had adopted that longer period of time is because sometimes the agenda packets can be over 500 pages long. And we want to make sure the supervisors have enough time to read all that material, hopefully over a weekend if you work during the week, or you'll have time to review that. So Clerk Hines does a great job of making sure to get that published 7 days in advance, unless something comes up, but that's to give everybody enough time to read those packets thoroughly. Any other questions? Supervisor Counter.
In the case where you're having an off-site meeting of a quorum size element to the county board, what are the requirements for your pre-meeting and post-meeting as far as making sure that you are abiding by the rules?
Yes, I think just being careful to know that, after we adjourn here as the county board, if there's 10 of you that go over here and start talking about something that might be on a next agenda or is on agenda of a standing committee, that could be a violation of the open meetings law. Obviously, someone has to file a complaint, but I just always advise supervisors to just be careful about what you're talking about. Make sure if it is something that's going to be on agenda or is on an agenda, that you don't have those meetings where there's a quorum present, whether it's a quorum of your standing committee that you're on or a quorum of the county board. Really try to be diligent about ensuring that either pre-meeting or post-meeting, you're not having those side discussions that may be viewed as you are trying to predetermine how you're going to vote on that item with a quorum of supervisors. So it's just remembering that, if you're at a basketball game and two other supervisors are at a basketball game and you're talking about the score and the weather, those are fine. Those are things that are not meetings of governmental bodies. You're not meeting to discuss items on the agenda and create, affirmative or negative quorums about what you're going to do. So you can get together. Obviously, some of you are friends outside of the county board. Just make sure you're not discussing items that are on agenda that's coming up and you're trying to say, hey, everybody vote. Let's all vote yes on this. Or you come to a conclusion before you come to the county board, because really that is all part of the democratic process and what the citizens want to know what you're discussing. Go ahead, Supervisor Counter. Did I not answer your question?
I probably wasn't very good about asking the question. No, what my term, the idea I had was you have a quorum of the county board that's going out on an event such as doing the parade to all the different facilities.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a requirement that you open your meeting here on location and then you go out on the event and you're publicly announcing, or there's a place publicly that people have the ability to get in a ADA compatible environment for the opening, and then you're telling them that where you're going, what you're doing, and then you come back and then you have to close. Is that how it's done, or is there?
If there is a quorum, so I think that's the one question that I had for Administrator Witt, now that it's going to be on 2 different days. If there's not a quorum of the county board present, then no, we won't have to notice it. But if there is a quorum of the county board present that will be present on one of those days, yes, those details should be provided. The individual public won't be able to ride along in the vehicles that the counties have, but this has come up in the past as to whether or not they're allowed to attend tours, or the jail's a little bit different because that's a statutory tour. But yes, they would be entitled to notice and they could follow along and go to all the different places. They might not have access to full county buildings just because of security reasons, but if there was a quorum, we would notice it. And sometimes that happens. There's like the quorum of the Transportation Committee might be going to a local town meeting or the Wisconsin Towns Association. And so if we know there's going to be a quorum of some governmental body of the county present, we try to make sure we notice that as a quorum. Any other questions? Okay, I believe I will be turning it over to one of my assistants, Assistant Corporation Counsel Anjali Patel, and she's going to give you the last presentation of the day, Public Records Law and Best Practices. And then you can hit the enter button.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Anjali Patel. I am an Assistant Corporation Counsel here in St. Croix County. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about public records laws and some best practices here in St. Croix County. It does say Heather because she typically gives this presentation, but I'm going to do it for you this year. So what is a record? A record is any material on which written, drawn, printed, spoken, visual, or electromagnetic information is recorded or preserved. So this can be a letter, an email, Facebook post, TikTok post, YouTube. Any of that would be considered a record. So it's the specific content that determines whether something is a record, not the form. Not everything that is created by a public official is considered a record, though. So it has to be created or kept in connection with your official purpose or the function of your role. So what is not a record? Things like drafts, notes, or preliminary documents are not going to be a record. But those things need to be narrowly construed when you're determining whether something fits into those categories or whether it is going to be considered a record. So if you have a document that you're working on, you can't just slap draft over it and assume that it is going to fall under the definition of draft. It needs to be looked at carefully. Has it been circulated to anybody else? Has anybody else's eyes been on it? Those things are going to have to be considered when determining whether something is going to fall into this exception of not a record or whether it is in fact going to be considered a record for the public records law. Anything that's available for purchase that is published, if it's available at the library, that's not going to be considered a record. If it is purely personal property, that is also not a record. So if you have your county email address, you check in about something that's happening this weekend with one of your friends or a family member, that's not going to be a record because that is purely personal. But if you are contacting that person, again, the same person, friend, family, whoever it is, talking about a business item here in the county, that is going to be a record. So if it's purely personal, not a record, but if it has anything to do with county business, then that is going to be considered a record, even if you are talking to somebody that you personally know. If there are materials with limited access rights, like copyrights or patents, that's not a record. And then that also doesn't include anything that's a copy. So authority. Authority, it means that somebody has the custody of a record. So you are all elected officials. You are all the authority of that record. There's a lot of other people who are considered an authority under the law, but specifically for this board, you're all elected officials, so that is, you are the authority. Some other definitions that are important. So the legal custodian of a record, it means that the person has the full power to render decisions and carry out public records responsibilities. So as an elected official, you are the legal custodian of that record. You can also designate others to act on your behalf. Typically, that means contacting Ms. Amos or somebody in Corporation Counsel to assist you with the records request. A requester is anybody who requests to inspect records or who requests copies of a record. There are certain individuals who have very limited access to records, those being people who are under a civil commitment, civil mental health commitment, or if they are incarcerated. So let's talk about the requests a little bit. So a request can come in any form. It can be a phone call, it can be an email, it can be a letter, it can be somebody stopping in to talk with you. It does not need to be written. There are no magic words to say, I'm making a request, these are the records that I'm requesting of you. There's no magic words. which can make it difficult to determine then if something is considered a request for information, but do your best in determining whether something that's coming to you is a request. If you have questions and you can't make that determination yourself, reach out to Heather and she will be able to help you through that. The request itself needs to be reasonably, it needs to include a certain amount of information so that you know what the actual request includes. So the person needs to give you information about what time period they're looking for, or the subject matter that they're looking for. So if I send a request to a supervisor and I say, I am looking for all of your emails that you have ever sent over the course of your lifetime, well, that's not specific to time. It's also not specific to subject matter. If I send an email that says, I'm looking for all of your emails for the last 6 months regarding this specific topic, that's more specific as to time and subject matter. You as the custodian should not have to guess what the requester is looking for. The request itself needs to be specific enough that you can determine what would fall under the request that's being made. Continuing requests are not allowed. So using that same example, if I also asked for, in addition to all records that you have in the past, all emails from the past, if I also asked for all of your records and emails for the next 6 months that you send out regarding this specific topic, that is a request that would be denied. You can't have just simply an open request that's lingering out there for records that don't exist. The record has to exist at the time that the record request is made. And the last one is quite important. The request that's made by the requester, that request itself is considered a record. So it needs to be preserved and retained.
Could I jump in with a quick question?
Yes, please.
Just as a practical matter, let's say we get one of the supervisors gets a request for records, and it's something like your example of all your records on X project over the last 6 months. Practically now, what happens next? Do we go to the corporate counsel? Do we go to IT? And how do they help us with that question?
IT can assist. I would talk with Heather as well, but IT can assist and get all of the emails if that is what is being requested. They can pull all of the emails specific to what's being requested and provide that to you to give to the requester. Heather, do you have anything additional?
Yes, and I would say if you do receive a records request as a supervisor, any records request, forward it on to me, and then we'll talk about it, because I can respond on your behalf. I can reach out to John Allegro, the IT director. He pulls the responsive emails for me. I can then read through those emails, redact what is necessary to be redacted if there is any information that's confidential or can't be disclosed to the public. So we do not require you to be public records experts. That's why you have the Corporation Counsel, and the 4 of us attorneys can help you at any time. So if you receive a request, just reach out. You can forward the request if it's an email onto me, but then we'll work together to provide that response. I always just say it's better to check with us because we have language. We respond to public records requests all the time, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to add that we archive all email for 7 years here at the county. So if you want to keep a nice tidy inbox for discussions that you feel are irrelevant any longer, go ahead and delete them out of there. And if there ever comes a time, we can search for those and find those for you. So all email is archived for 7 years.
So just because they delete them doesn't mean you can't get them back.
Correct.
That's right. Those records do still exist out there, even if deleted from your personal inbox, so be aware of that. All right, so some more information about the request itself. A request cannot be denied simply because they are asking for a lot of records. There comes a point where something might be overly broad, like we've discussed, or if it's very, very excessive, that's a discussion you're going to probably want to have about limiting the scope. But again, reach out to Heather. She can talk you through that. We can come up with some language, determine if that's something you want to respond to the requester about limiting that scope, or whether it needs to be denied for being overly broad. You can also reach out to the requester at the beginning and let them know that this is going to be a significant request that they've made. It is going to take time to fulfill the request, and also give them an idea about maybe the cost of the records that is going to cost them, and talk with them about that. You have to be careful during these communications, though, because what we don't want to see happen is that the requester is getting the impression from you that you don't want their request simply because it's going to require a lot of work to respond to it. So that's considered chilling the request of the requester, and we want to be really careful that we're not doing that, even if we're talking to them about ways to get more clarity on what it is that they are seeking. So I think this part you want to pay attention to, because the requester does not need to tell you a few things. They don't need to tell you who they are. They don't need to tell you why they're making the request. They don't need to provide you context for what they're going to do. So a lot of your requests are going to come in by email. People make email addresses all the time and just will send you a request and say, I want these documents. You can't deny the request simply because they refuse to identify themselves. Now that's a general rule. There are some specific laws out there that require us to maybe take a step back. So as most of you will learn, I handle all of the child protection cases here in St. Croix County. So in those cases, there are only about a handful of people who are allowed to have access to those records. We are required to ask who the person is who is requesting the records, because if they don't identify themselves, and we can't say that they're one of those 5 people, they are not allowed to have access to the records. So those types of exceptions do exist, but generally speaking, the requester does not need to identify themselves and does not need to answer who they are if you ask that information of them. Again, there are limitations for certain individuals, people who are incarcerated or people who are on a civil mental commitment. There are greater rights to documents that relate to the requester. So if an individual reaches out to, say, the Sheriff's Department, and they want all records related to themselves that the Sheriff's Department holds, they're going to have greater access to that record than an individual who has no connection or doesn't identify themselves and says, I want all records related to this person. There might be things that would be either redacted for a general public person versus the person who's actually identified in the record. Okay, you have to respond to all public records requests. You are required to respond to a request if you get a request. There is no identified timeline on when you have to provide a response to the record request. It has to be responded as soon as practicable and without delay. So it's a good idea to communicate that upfront to the person who's making the request, that you are going to be working on this. You're going to be providing it to them as soon as practicable and without delay. For very simple requests, the Attorney General indicates that this should take less than 10 days. For more complicated things, more complicated requests, things that are voluminous, things that are going to require you to engage IT, it is going to take more than 10 business days, and it's something you simply want to communicate to the requester. This is a request that is quite extensive and is going to take me some time, but I am working on it. If you need specific language, again, Heather is there to help you. Other attorneys in my office, if she's not available, can also help with that. while there is no statutory deadline by which a request has to be responded to, there are penalties for delay, which they can be punitive damages, $1,000 for forfeiture. So again, just keep in communication with Corporation Counsel can help with all of that. You are very often going to see requests made that say, I need these documents by this day. You are not required to follow that timeline. It is oftentimes that the requester will need that information within a few days. It's not practicable that you're going to be able to fulfill that request unless it's very simple within a few days. So just something to be aware of, that you will see, I need these requests by, or I need these records by this day. You do not need to abide by that timeline. You are also not required to forward on a request to the proper custodian of a record. So you may get a records request that actually should go to a different county department. It should have gone to the county clerk's office, or it should have gone to the clerk of courts. You are not required to forward on the request that you made to the proper office. You can simply respond to the requester and notify them, I am not the custodian of this record. The proper custodian of this record is this county department. Please contact them with this records request. Okay. So there are a couple of different things that a requester can request. They can request simply to inspect records, or they can request copies of a record. Has anybody been over to the law library on the clerk of court side? So the law library is a space that is kept in the building where persons of the public can go in. They can inspect all of the records that are kept by the clerk of courts, and then they can determine what records they actually want to request from the clerk's office, and then obtain copies that way. So there's a space dedicated for them to inspect the record and then to obtain the records. Requesters are entitled to a copy of the record. I think we've talked about that a couple of times. This does include any audio or visual records that are being kept. Okay, enforcement. You can deny a request in certain circumstances. If an authority withholds a record or delays releasing a record, the requester has certain remedies available to them. They can bring a mandamus asking the court to order you to release the record. They can also submit a written request to the district attorney or to the attorney general asking that those offices file the mandamus on their behalf, asking for that court order for release of the record. The penalties that are available on mandamus are financial, attorney's fees, damages of not less than $100, and other actual costs of having had to go through that process. So there are some best practices when communicating with constituents. So as a reminder, if you're communicating with them, remember that you are speaking to them in your individual capacity as a county board supervisor and not on behalf of the entire board. If the county board has adopted a resolution on a policy position, you can indicate in those situations that the county board has taken a specific stance on the issue. So as I said very, very early when I stood up here, emails are records. They are subject to disclosure. Sometimes constituents will get a hold of your personal email accounts and email you there. What I would suggest as a best practice is to forward that email that's related to county business to your county email address and then respond to the constituent from your county email address rather than responding to the email that has come to your personal email address. If you respond to a constituent from your personal email address and then receive a records request in the future, it may result in Heather or another attorney having to go through all of your personal emails to determine what in your inbox or sent box is considered a record that is going to need to be released to the public as a result of that request. So highly recommend as a best practice, if you get something into your personal email, forward it along to your official county email address and respond only from there. Again, personal emails that are simply about your personal life are not generally considered a record and are not going to be subject to disclosure. And a personal email is one that has nothing to do with your connection to the government and to your role as a county board supervisor. Text messages are going to be the same as an email. They are going to be a record, and they are going to be subject to disclosure. I don't know if you have cell phones that are authorized to you, but if you do, IT can help get those text messages as well. Again, only use your county issued email address to communicate with constituents. I think I went through all of this. These are all best practices. Forward it on to your county email address if you get something to your personal email. If you get something to your personal phone, forward that. I'm sorry. If you get something to your personal phone, that is going to be a record, and so that you will need to make sure that you are retaining that. And it is best practice not to send or receive text messages on your personal phone regarding county business, just as you wouldn't from your personal email address. Social media is something that is used by many elected officials now, particularly Facebook. And so when we talk about that, we need to maybe focus on a few best practices. Social media can be a really great way for you to communicate with your constituents, to get information out there, to get information to a large number of individuals in the community. As a public official, all of your communications through social media related, again, to your official capacity are public records and have to be retained. Best practice, probably, I'm going to suggest separating your county business Facebook or TikTok or Instagram or any other social media account from your personal accounts. That way you can communicate everything that you need to with your constituents and with the public through your official social media account, and keep your personal private accounts separate, and that will help maintain that line between what is a public record that needs to be disclosed and what is not. Be careful when you're on social media. Remember this is your public profile. This is, you are presenting yourself to the constituents. Don't share fake news. Don't share confidential information. Don't share rumors. It can get you into some trouble sometimes, and we don't want to see that happen. I would recommend, if you have a social media account that you are using as a county board supervisor, you identify yourself clearly on it, identify yourself as a county board supervisor, and perhaps identify what district you're from, so that way individuals of the public know that this is an official social media platform of an elected official. Again, these are public comments if you are using social media, so any statements that you make publicly on a social media platform like Facebook, maybe treat it as if you're talking to the news. Anything that you say on the public platform can appear on the news. So best practice, maybe, if you don't want it to appear on the front page of the local newspaper, maybe don't post it on Facebook. Always be clear that when you are posting in your official capacity that you are stating your own individual opinion as a county board supervisor unless it is a position that has been adopted by the entirety of the county board. Finally, so compliance with the requests, if you receive a request for records, please contact Heather. Heather will be your point of contact for all records requests. She processes a lot of them. She knows what she's doing. She has, like she said, she has form language that she can also help you with in responding to some records requests. And then remember, everything that you create in your official capacity is a record and needs to be retained. Emails, text messages, social media. If it is in relation to your official capacity, it is a record, it needs to be retained. If you fail to respond to a request, you can be held personally liable for that. If you fail to properly respond to a request, you can also be held personally liable for that. I think everybody hopefully has Heather's email address, but if not, she will get it to you after this meeting. Any questions? No? Oh.
Supervisor Carter.
Just one on, a lot of times with the county email, you get quarantine messaging. And just how do you ensure that those messages aren't records requests? Are they being reviewed by IT to ensure that that isn't a record request before they quarantine it?
I do not know the answer to that one.
I actually don't know the answer to
It
that
does not
either.
appear that Mr. Allegro is still here, so I will have to.
Supervisor Counter, Mr.
get
Allegro
back
and
to
I
you.
will discuss that and get you all an answer. We'll send you an email on that. Obviously, if it's a phishing attempt and it's been quarantined because it's deemed unsafe, I would argue that even if that's a records request, if it's something that's compromising our systems, it's not going to go through and we didn't receive it. And they will have to find a different way to get the records request to us. That's just the answer off the top of my head, but we will discuss further. Mr. Allegro, the question from Supervisor Counter was, if something like a records request comes in, but it's quarantined, how do the supervisors know whether or not it was a request?
Well, I mean, you can release it from the quarantine as you review the quarantine digest. We don't review quarantined items unless you ask us to, so we're not looking at your email on a regular basis. Quarantine messages will show up in a record search, though, when we search our system. So I don't know that they would be excluded from any search. If you're missing the actual request for it, I would imagine they'd reach out again. I can't imagine a time where that's happened. I've never seen that happen, Supervisor Counter, but I suppose it could. So.
Hopefully, we'll cross that bridge if it comes to it.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I want to thank the administrator and for his presentation and the many presentations by our corporate counsel, and also the many other presentations by Assistant Corporate Counsel Patel and the department heads as they gave a brief summary of their responsibilities. It was like drinking from a fire hose for everybody, but we really appreciate all the effort you put into that and you're being with us all day long. With that, our business items are concluded. We're going to move to future meeting dates, and I'm going to kind of combine, if I can ask your indulgence, I'll make a couple of thoughts with regard to requests for future agenda items, but I'll also ask everybody if they have a request for future agenda items. One, our next meeting is Tuesday, 7 May. We generally meet on the first Tuesday of the month at 5 p.m. in this room, and that will be the case. However, we have a very light agenda that particular meeting. So my goal is to do this, to combine a couple of meetings that we have to schedule. And so my suggestion is going to be that we have our regular board meeting at 5 o'clock, or perhaps, if I'll work with the administrator on this, we might want to start slightly earlier, but right as of now, 5 o'clock. But I anticipate, unless we have a large public comment, that we'll be able to conclude that meeting within about 15 minutes or so. And then I'd like to move directly into the first committee of the whole meeting so that we can stay on agenda for our budget processes. And at that meeting, our department heads all make their annual reports. So it's, again, frankly, a long meeting. I don't anticipate long meetings as we go over the summer, but the May meeting, I suspect, will be another long meeting that will take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, roughly. And so that's going to be the plan, that we'll have our committee board meeting, and then we're also the committee of the whole. So it'll be a very quick summary. I intend to follow the tradition of the county, and as soon as we're done with the board meeting, I'll basically announce the committee of the whole meeting, and our vice chair will take over as chair of the committee of the whole, and we'll conduct our business as a committee of the whole. The start off of the budget process, really, and hearing from all our department chiefs. Secondly, our organizational meetings for committees. I'm going to urge that they all be conducted post the first meeting within about 8 days, so that we can conclude them by the middle of May. And we already had a discussion of how that would happen. The committees will meet. You'll select your chairman, vice chairman, and conduct your business, and then that will kind of set the table for things we do in June. I have asked, as we've just been talking the last short period of time, that, and it's been made reference to, that a lot of work has gone into our ethics rules and our board rules. We should get those clarified as soon as possible in our terms. And so I'm going to really urge the administrator and the corporate counsel, if it's possible to do, that they bring those to our attention at the respective committee meetings in May, and that we look forward to a June meeting of the board to address the ethics rules and any amendments we have to our county board rules. I think the amendments to the county board rules will be very simple. They'll conform mostly to the recommendations that have been made by the Wisconsin Counties Association for model rules. They have a couple of things there that we simply haven't addressed that would be good to address. I think they'll be non-controversial. And so hopefully we'll address those in June. And the last thing I would just comment on is, well, I'll also, in May, I'll seek the counsel of the board here on how many meetings we need as a board over the coming year. At other committees that we have, they've been able to do their business in, let's just say, 10 meetings during the course of the year. And always we can meet an emergency session if we needed to meet. So my tentative recommendation, I think, is going to be that we might be able to do our board business in 9 meetings and take off perhaps a summer date, perhaps a winter date, or maybe even 2 winter dates, depending on what we need to do. So I'll seek everybody's counsel on that, and we'll just get a sense of when people would like to meet. And if we need to meet more often, we'll for sure do it. The last thing I would just going to ask, and again, I'm asking your indulgence here because I'm rambling a little bit, but I don't think we talked about the consent calendar during the presentations today. And I was just going to say that for those who are new, we take those items that have come out of committee, usually with a 5-0 vote, that are hopefully totally non-controversial, and we put them onto our consent agenda. We might have anywhere from 4 to 8 items, a board meeting, that make that agenda, and then we can adopt those completely in one motion. It's very efficient, and anybody, anytime, can ask that one of those things be withdrawn or ask questions about it. There's no magic about it, but I will go over very carefully recommendations that come from the committees. I'll review those with our vice chairman and the county administrator, and if we have a consensus on what's non-controversial and something's come out 5-0, it'll probably go on the consent agenda, and that's simply for convenience sake. So with that, are there any requests for future agenda items? Supervisor Rice.
Chair Fiedler, just a point of clarification. I think you said the next date for our board meeting is May 7th. I think it's May 5th. May 5th, that's right.
Thank you for correcting that. You're exactly correct. May 5th. That's exactly right. Requests for future agenda items?
So does that time frame work for everyone? If we did the May 5th, the regular board meeting, and then a committee of the whole meeting immediately following that? It makes for a longer night, but avoids having to come in for an additional day for that committee of the whole. Yeah, I mean, it's typically 2 to 3 hours to get through all of the department reports and set budget priorities. So I'm not seeing any great objection, but there's a few that are missing, so.
Yeah, I'll try to consult with the administrator and reach out to everybody if you've got a preference. But as of now, I think we'll plan on meeting at 5 o'clock on 5 May and proceed. And as the administrator knows, I've kind of urged him in the past gently, and he's been very responsive, to have our department heads give fulsome reports, but hit the highlights if they can, because all of you will have an opportunity at the committees to grill them very intensely on the details of anything they report. So we don't want to cut off debate, we don't want to cut off questions, but highlights are appreciated. Are there any other announcements? Well, as the presentation, oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor.
I wasn't planning on announcing today, but I will. I am moving out of district, so this is my last meeting. And I've really enjoyed working with all of you, some of you for just a short time. I've really enjoyed serving the residents of District 4, and I will miss that and all the committee work and all the great stuff we've done. So anyway, that's probably your surprise of the day.
If I could just respond to that, again, I'm asking your indulgence, because usually we don't have debate on these things, but I'll tell you, Supervisor Leaf has been a great member of this board. I've been honored to work with her on the Public Protection and Judiciary Committee, where she served as vice chair for the last 4 years, or is it 6 years? I don't know. Yeah, but we've worked closely together, and it's just been a joy. And I know Chairman Telejohn would say the same thing about your work on the HHS board, and we've asked her to be our liaison between the two on issues that overlap between health and public protection. And she's also done some great work on some of the emergency management committees that exist in the county. And so we'll miss you, Supervisor Leaf. Thank you for your service.
I'm not going that far, so just down the road and over the county line.
And relative to the committee assignments, my goal is to get those out by email to everybody by the end of the week. So that's my announcement. Are there any other announcements? Seeing none, as we learned during the parliamentary procedure presentation, at this point, we don't need any motions for adjournment. If there's no other business to conduct, we're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Yep.